double shredded beef tostada from El Pollo Loco.
My daughter said, "Mother, couldn't you write a book about teenagers who fall in love and do it and know?"
bathroom odors that linger? Try Febreze Small Spaces. Just press firmly and it continuously fights odors in the air and on soft surfaces for 45 days.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hate it when a car freshener hits you.
Good evening and welcome, everyone. This meeting for the Hayward Unified School District Board of Education is now called to order. Today is Wednesday, March 8th, 2023, and the time is 6:44. We are live streaming on YouTube, and the URL for YouTube live streaming may be found on the HUSD Board of Trustees webpage. Item C1, announcement and interpretation of services. Ms. Rodriguez, would you and Ms. Quesada please make the announcement?
Thank you. We are providing Spanish interpretation in person and over Zoom. If it is that you are attending this meeting over Zoom, please take a look at your toolbar. You're looking for the globe, and once you select the globe, please select for Spanish. And if you are appearing as a panelist during the course of this meeting, please select for English so that the audio splitter will function the way we're expecting. If you're here in person and need to hear the meeting communicated in Spanish, we do have electronic devices that we can assist you with, or you can use your own personal device and log on to Zoom, providing that you have your headset with you this evening. If you do need to use the internet, we have an HUSD visitor Wi-Fi, and the password is all lowercase. It's an English word, capture, CAPTURE. Our interpreter tonight is Mr. Rubio. Señor Rubio, por favor. Pone su micrófono, por favor.
Buenas noches. Hoy tenemos la reunión por Zoom. Tenemos a todos los asistentes que están por internet, que por favor busquen en la pantalla de Zoom la barra de herramientas, el globo terráqueo, y ahí pueden seleccionar el canal en español. Si están presentes aquí en el salón, pueden utilizar los aparatos que tenemos disponibles con la traducción directamente transmitida a los audífonos. Y si están, por supuesto, aquí también y tienen su propio teléfono inalámbrico, pueden usarlo también. El código de Internet inalámbrico es la palabra en inglés capture, que se escribe en español, todo en minúsculas, CAPTURE. Gracias.
Thank you. And we'd also like to inform the community that we have enabled translated closed captions on the Zoom platform. That's why you'll see Spanish coming across your screen as a backup measure. Board President, you have the floor.
Thank you. Item C2, board roll call. Ms. Rodriguez.
Trustee Prada.
Present.
Trustee Rowden.
Present.
Clerk Ramos.
Present.
Vice President, Dr. Oquenda.
Present.
Board President, Mr. Buffette.
Present.
Student Trustee, Julian Uribe.
Present.
Student Trustee, Kamari Lewis.
Present.
Student Trustee, Anna Tran.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item we have is C3, land acknowledgement. I believe Trustee Rodden will lead us on this.
Thank you. The HUSD School Board respectfully acknowledges the original peoples of the lands on which our campuses are built. For thousands of years and hundreds of generations, the Chicano people actively stewarded these lands to ensure they provided for all living things. This land on which our district was established was and continues to be of significance to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Today, we acknowledge the impact that colonization has had on the Chicano Muwekma Nation and recognize our responsibility to help them heal from this history and secure a sustainable future.
Thank you, Trustee Rowden. That brings us to item C4, call for and collect public speaking. As this meeting is accessible online, we'd like to remind everyone that because some viewers are watching this meeting online over YouTube, there may be a 25-second video delay. When we call for public speaking, board members, cabinet, please expect that delay in responses from the public. Trustee Ramos, can you go ahead and please read the rules on public speaking?
Yes, sir. First of all, welcome Hayward. Everybody is here. The agenda for every regular board meeting provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the board on any item of interest, providing the subject matter is within the jurisdiction of the board. The jurisdiction of the board includes the authority to hire, fire, and evaluate its only employee, the superintendent, as well as the authority to set the school district's goals, direction, curriculum, budget, and policy. This board will also hear comments regarding matters that fall under the scope of the superintendent. Public comments of that sort are welcome in this forum. Meanwhile, the board is prohibited, I say again, prohibited by the Brown Act from having a discussion with the speaker or trustees during this segment of the meeting, since the topic would not be on the agenda, and so the public will not have been properly notified in advance, nor have any opportunity to also be heard on that matter. Accordingly, board members may only respond briefly. An example would be to ask the superintendent to comment on what was heard or ask a clarifying question to comprehend what was just said and not to further examine the matter. Please note that staff does capture comments made by the public that require a follow-up, and the board does expect that the superintendent will address the issue and update the board appropriately. For each individual speaker, 2 minutes of speaking time is allowed. Speaker time cannot be granted over to another speaker to elongate that person's time. As to agenda items, procedurally, speaker requests on any agenda item will not be accepted after the item is open for discussion by the board. Individual speakers shall be allowed one single appearance per agenda item to address the board. In keeping with board governance and policies, we have asked that speakers be muted and time discontinued if their commentary does not adhere to the rules, including staying on the topic of the agenda item being presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ramos. That brings us to item C5, report actions taken by the board in closed session. Interim Superintendent Chinwu Fernandez.
Thank you, President Bovete. In closed session, the motion was moved by Dr. Kenda and seconded by Ms. Prada to approve the settlement agreement for case number OAH 2022110016. The board voted 5-0 to approve that settlement agreement. Also in closed session, the board made a motion that was moved by Dr. Kenda and seconded by Mr. Rowden to reinstate students 1122503 and student 1122881 into the reinstate students into regular student status. The board voted 5-0 for that action. And lastly, in closed session, the board voted 5-0-0. A motion that was moved by Dr. Kenda and seconded by Mr. Rowden for the non-reelection of one certificated teacher. The board also voted 5-0-0 for the notification of possible reassignment of 6 certificated administrators. A motion moved by Dr. Kenda and seconded by Mr. Rowden. And a motion moved by Dr. Kenda and seconded by Mr. Rowden. The board voted 5-0-0 to approve the settlement agreement of one certificated teacher. That concludes the report for closed session.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Chinwu Fernandez. Item C6, approve the order of the agenda. Before, I would like to note that staff has requested to withdraw item F7B, McGrath Rent Corps DBA Mobile Modular. Again, that is item F7B. We'll be removing that from tonight's agenda relating to leasing portables at Triggerland Elementary from the agenda. May we have a motion to approve the remaining balance in the order of the agenda as is?
I'll move to approve the balance.
Point of clarification, if I want something removed from consent, is now the time to do that or wait?
Yeah, it's when we get to the consent items. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And I second it.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Again, item moved by Dr. Akenda, seconded by Trustee Rowden. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Item D, special feature, Black History Month in review. Ed Services, Interim Superintendent Chinwu Fernandez.
Thank you, President Bufete. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Davies to present the item.
Good evening, Board of Education, community, and staff. This evening, I have the great pleasure of introducing our special feature that includes highlights from Hayward Unified School District's Black History Month activities and events. Tonight's feature includes a student performance from our middle school students from Dr. Martin Luther King Middle School. The performance is directed by our HUSD teacher, Ms. Esslinger, and supported by our family engagement specialist, Ms. Williams. The presentation will include 2 segments of their visual and performing arts presentation from their Black History event. After the performance this evening, Dr. Candace Cofield will share the Padlet photos of the many events and activities from across the district through a pictorial. In closing of the presentation, she will also share some additional Black History events that are scheduled through March. So with that, please welcome our middle schoolers from Dr. Martin Luther King.
You're good so down, choosing your battle. Pick yourself up and dust yourself off and back in the saddle. You're on the front, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. Pressure's on, you feel it. When you get up, because this is Africa. Stand for Africa. Listen to your time. This is our motto. Your time to shine. Don't wait in line. It almost went over. People are raising their expectations. And this is your only representation. To take your day. You get it on your boat and you get it on your bed.
Thank you, Board of Education, for having King Middle School perform for you. This is half of our drama club and half of our Black Student Union. Please give them another round of applause while they change clothes. My name is Amy Esslinger, and I've been teaching history and holding an after-school drama club at King Middle School for the last 22 years, and I still love my job. I have a daughter who went to Oakland School of the Arts for visual arts, and then James Logan High School for Tommy Lindsay's debate program. When I volunteered in those schools, I was amazed at how much art they offered students and how their students excelled at those arts. It made me think our students deserve the same opportunities. So I've been writing scripts and making costumes and scrounging thrift stores and building props and taking kids to see plays and coaching public speaking. And what I'd like you to understand, please, is that our kids are starving for more artistic opportunities. I have kids follow me around before and after school to show me the musical pieces that they have worked on. Then they are sending me the scripts at night and on weekends, and I have to tell them there's only so many hours in a day. I have students who find me at 7:30 in the morning to show me the sketches they drew for fashions that they've designed themselves. I have boys in drama club who don't like sports, but they are so coordinated. They can jump over tables and hang from ladders and balance boxes on their heads while sliding under tables without hurting themselves. And all they want to do in drama club is practice sword fighting with PVC pipes. I have students who are so shy they never talk in class, but when they are on stage, every ounce of them comes alive. And the whole school is shocked at how they are transformed from a shy, meek little girl to an outgoing powerhouse. And 3 years in a row, after Hamilton came out, the kids came to me already knowing every word of every song of that musical. All I had to do was buy them jackets. And it's not just theater. I have a student that debated so well during her eighth grade classes debate. The other kids were afraid to go against her. If she had a debate team, her life would change, as I have seen personally how debate changes the way kids think. I have a student who can't be beat at chess. I've seen grown men get angry because they couldn't beat this eighth grader. If we had a chess tournament for him, he'd be taking the trophy. He'd be the grand master of Hayward. And I have one kid who can't stop drawing anime characters. When I ask her to take history notes, she writes about history in anime comic styles. When we had wood shop at our school, I saw kids stay after school to work on their projects with Mr. Fari until he went home at night. There are some kids that when they walk into a room, everyone laughs because although the kid doesn't know it yet, he's a comic. And it's not just this year. We get kids like this every year. Our kids have immense undiscovered talents, and if they only had the chance, they would shine. They would make you proud. Art is education. Art keeps kids in schools. And our students are starving for more artistic opportunities. And wait a minute.
Overcome. Of all things, we shall overcome. Sometimes when you join together to sing it, but we still decided to sing it. We shall overcome. We, the Negro citizens of Montgomery, Alabama, do now and will continue to carry on our mass protest.
Just the other day, one of the fine citizens of our community, Mrs. Rosa Parks, was arrested because she refused to give up her seat for a white passenger. We, the Negro citizens of Montgomery, have been engaged in a nonviolent protest against injustices and indignities experienced on city buses. We feel that
only weapon that we have. The glory of America without this problem. And we are not wrong. We are not wrong in what we are doing. If we are wrong, Supreme Court of this nation. At which time, which
Give him a round of applause, please. Mike.
So what did they have to overcome?
Did you know civil rights protesters were shot with fire hoses and attack dogs? Did you know that when freedom riders were traveling to the South to participate in peaceful demonstrations, racists bombed those buses and held the door shut so they burned to death? Did you know that they bombed their homes and burned crosses in their front yard as a way to terrorize people? They even bombed churches and killed 4 little girls. When a little girl named Ruby Bridges tried to go to an integrated school, they yelled at her and even threw 2 tomatoes at her and even threatened to kill her. Even the FBI spied on and terrorized King.
Whoa, really? That's sad.
Yeah, they had a lot to overcome.
Well, why didn't the protesters just fight back?
Well, King visited Gandhi in India and was so inspired by him, he decided to stage a peaceful protest instead of a violent one.
Oh, that's right. Gandhi led a peaceful protest hunger strike to kick the British out of India.
Correct. And King was inspired by this, so he brought the idea back to America and was able to convince thousands of other people to participate in this.
How did he convince so many people?
Well, first of all, he was a man of God. He was a preacher and so was his dad, and he was brilliant. He left high school early and went to college when he was only 15 years old, and he was an avid reader. He read the dictionary for fun.
A dictionary? What's that?
He entered the debate team and entered as many speech contests that the school had.
Well, whoa, all of that just to ride in front of the bus?
It was more than that.
Well, it's a good thing racism is dead now.
What, dude, are you for real? Racism is not dead. In fact, if King was alive today,
He'd what?
well, he'd be disgusted.
Why? Our schools are desegregated and Black people can vote now.
Yeah, that's true, but racism is definitely not dead. In fact, many people believe it's more dangerous now than it was in the 1950s because it's like it's invisible. Yeah, it's harder to see, but it's definitely there.
Why do you say that?
Black people are 15% of the American population, but 35% of the prison population. 40% of whites graduate college, but only 25% of Black people do. 75% of white people own houses, but only 40% of Black people do because banks won't give them loans. 30% of whites get into advanced courses in school, but only 9% of Black people get into those programs. These things really hurt the economic future of Black people.
Whoa, that's really sad.
Yeah, racism is a cancer that affects everyone, not just Black people.
Well, I guess by remembering Martin Luther King Jr. and all he stood for is important to everyone.
Yeah, he was truly an inspiration to us all.
Thank you, Dr. King Middle School. Please give them a loud round of applause. All right, and we will now transition to Dr. Candace Cofield will present the Hayward Unified School District activities and events from Black History Month.
Thank you again, scholars. That was an incredible performance, and I'm so fortunate I got to see the full experience at Martin Luther King Middle School performance. That was a snippet. They're incredible. Thank you to all the staff that support them as well, especially Ms. Esslinger and Ms. Williams. My name is Dr. Candace Cofield, and I'm an AYOSA, which means an Administrator on Special Assignment for Equity and Anti-Racism. I'm here to share some highlights of events that took place across our district to honor Black History Month and share some upcoming events as well. Our Teaching for Black Lives Book Club reviewed the nationally recognized Black Lives Matter at School platform and guiding principles. Black Lives Matter at School is a national coalition of educators organizing for racial justice in education. Each year, during the Week of Action, thousands of educators across the country participate to affirm the lives of Black students. Educators teach lessons about structural racism, Black history, and anti-racist movements during the Week of Action and beyond. In HUSD, we decided to focus on the theme of unapologetically Black to tie in our collective efforts to honor Black heritage and accomplishments. As a district, we shared educator resources for adults and those to share with students at the elementary and secondary levels around Black History Month and the Black Lives Matter at School Week of Action. In here, we also linked resources for planning, as well as some do's and don'ts of teaching and honoring Black heritage. HUSD schools and departments celebrated the month in various ways. Some major categories include the following: read-ins to connect literacy to the month celebrations, assemblies featuring our students and scholars and some organizations like Sheza Nami or Hip Hop for Change, Black Family Expos from Cherryland featuring Dr. Bettina Love and the one upcoming at Bret Harte, as well as some professional development sessions to build capacity for our staff to better interrupt anti-Blackness and more generally practice equity and anti-racism. For example, we hosted a parallel series at Brankwitz High School, both for students and for teachers. Students work with Coach Jay to learn anti-racist and self-care principles, and teachers work with Kefra Curriculum Group to discuss race and culture in education. When asked if the sessions with Coach Jay helped students with topics to address race, bias, and justice, 2 students gave us some poignant comments. One student said, "Yes, because now I look at things differently, because nobody really knows what words can do to a person." Another student commented, "Coach Jay has a way with words that help me understand many things no one really talks about or just don't give as much importance." When we asked teachers if the sessions with Kefra Curriculum Group helped them deal with students who are not performing at their highest potential, one teacher commented, "Yes, it helped me with seeing students as coming from a history of excellence." And there are more events upcoming. These include a Project Roots event tomorrow at Cesar Chavez Middle School, a Black History celebration at Roost this Friday, and the African American Family Conference at Bret Harte later this month on the 18th. As you just saw, this month featured many opportunities for our community to honor and celebrate Black history, and I thank you for the chance to share some of these highlights, and I would encourage ongoing support to continue funding the LCAP site grants for African American programming. Thank you.
And again, we'd like to thank Dr. Martin Luther King's students and staff for performing this evening, and for Dr. Cofield for highlighting some of the activities and events that occurred at our schools during the month of March, including the ones that are coming in the next few weeks. And please thank you, parents, for attending this session this evening with your students.
Thank you so much. I think that was very enriching to see, and to see the slideshow of all that we've done in the district, and very encouraging to see the theme too of being unapologetically Black. I love that theme, and I want to open this up to the board for any of their comments. I'll start down here. Trustee Prada.
Thank you to all the students that came out. I loved seeing you at the event. And I know at our February 15th meeting, I was like, oh, where's the King students? They did such an amazing job. I, would have loved to have seen them in Black History Month, but I'm so happy that they were here tonight and we got this beautiful performance, and that you shared all that is happening here in HUSD. It's nice to see the work that's being done. There's still a lot that needs to be done. There's still a lot of trauma, pain, and healing that needs to happen. But it is nice to see the Black community acknowledged tonight. So I truly thank those students and the beautiful people who work with them.
Thank you, Trustee Prada. Dr. Kunda?
I just briefly want to thank again our students for the performance. I know everyone here really enjoyed it. So thank you for coming out tonight and sharing that with us. And also, I know we had many of you in this room, many of our community members volunteering time to go in and read to our students and be with them during Black History Month. So just a big thank you to all of our community supporters as well.
Clerk Ramos.
Welcome, Hayward community. That was really a brilliant performance. I'd like to commend their teacher and all the students at MLK, and we'd love to see some further actions on it. So thank you again for being here, and we look forward to great things coming out of MLK.
Thank you. Trustee Rodman.
And echoing my fellow board members, I also want to say thank you for being here tonight. Sometimes the things that we witnessed tonight speak to you way more than other types of things speak to you about what's important. And so it makes me proud to be part of our district. And Ms. Esslinger, I really appreciate you bringing your students. And I'm just so glad that you're still there and you're still doing the work. Keep it up. Thank you so much.
And again, on behalf of the board, thank you so much for the students and the staff that helped with this presentation tonight. I did want to just give one more round of applause because it takes a lot of confidence to do what those students did. So. Okay, with that, we're going to be moving on to item E, reports and commentary. Item E1 is student board member comments. We'll start off with Hayward High, Anna Tran.
Thank you. While she's setting up for that, I would just like to remind the community, if you have an opportunity to take a seat, please. We actually do need the fire clearance. The lobby is also an overflow with seating, screens, and speakers. So if your name is called, you would be able to hear us and you can still participate in the meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education, fellow student trustees, and HUSD community. My name is Anna Tran, and I am here tonight to present to you current events at Hayward High. To start off, last week, Hayward High held its annual ASB elections. I would like to sincerely congratulate all students that are elected for next year's ASB Executive Council. The best of luck to next year's ASB President Cynthia Sands and ASB Vice President Emily Vasquez in their future endeavors to creating a safe, welcoming, and spirited environment for all. Moving forward, last Friday, Hayward High brought back Culture Shock. Culture Shock was an event previously held in 2019 and is an event meant to spotlight the diversity of the student body on the farm. This year's Culture Shock featured a flag show-off lunchtime event, an international market after school where student organizations sold food items from their respective countries, and a Culture Shock show, which featured performances from school clubs and individuals. Students shared that they loved sharing their cultural pride and learning about other cultures they were previously unfamiliar with. And coming up next in March at Hayward High would be our annual night rally and dance. Night Rally is making its return on Thursday, March 30th, and is meant to celebrate the end of the third quarter. This year's Night Rally is special in that small businesses have been invited to be vendors on the farm. Students expressed their excitement for the upcoming event and its message of spreading peace, love, unity, and respect, which was inspired by music festival culture. Lastly, with the case of anti-Semitism at Mount Eden, on behalf of the Hayward High community, I would like to express our solidarity towards Mount Eden students that are advocating for change and the removal of the teacher. HUSD is meant to serve its students by providing an inclusive and an environment for all. The recent events occurring at Mount Eden do not reflect what we value and look for in our community. We hope that the board takes the appropriate action to respond to the anti-Semitism at Mount Eden and that such instances do not take place again at any of our school sites. Thank you for your attention and remember to respect the farm.
Lewis, Mount Eden.
Good evening to the board, the HUSD community, and my fellow student trustees in attendance. My name is Kamari Lewis, and I represent the Monarchs at Mount Eden High School. Tonight, you may notice that I don't have a presentation. This is because I wanted to speak from the perspective of a student who has struggled more than usual over the last few weeks. But first, I wanted to highlight one of our upcoming events. As I mentioned at the last meeting, our Monarch juniors and seniors are invited to join us on the red carpet for A Night in Hollywood for one night and one night only. Next month, on the 29th, Mount Eden Leadership will be hosting Prom 2023 at the San Jose Tech Museum of Innovation. We can't wait to see everybody picture ready on the red carpet. These past few weeks at Monarch Land haven't been the best for myself and my fellow classmates. These weeks have been stressful not only as a student, but a student leader. There are many emotions going around on campus for both students and staff as we're trying to keep a sense of normalcy considering the circumstances. Earlier this morning, I had the opportunity to sit down with our student organizers along with their staff support. Also in attendance was our principal, Dr. Monique Walton, and HUSD's own Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, Dr. Lisa Davies. In that meeting, we discussed how we can support our school community in healing from the recent situation. We also agreed to push back our AAW or Anti-Semitism Awareness Week to the week of the 20th through the 24th so that we have time to further discuss the logistics and have additional planning time. I'm glad that I was able to attend this meeting so that I could understand what approach we are taking to maintain the well-being of our student body during this time. Our group will reconvene on Friday to further discuss logistics for the event, and we will see how we can move forward from this as a school and a community. Our student organizers have done a tremendous amount of work, and they've spent countless amount of time collaborating closely with not only each other, but with the ADL and staff here at our district office. I want to personally commend my fellow classmates for their hard work and nonstop dedication to keeping our school site safe and inclusive for each and every single one of our monarchs. As I said in the beginning, this has been a stressful situation for all of us, and I hope we can move forward from this as a community and move on to bigger and better things. To Dr. Walton, Dr. Davies, Ms. Kim Watts, the board, and everyone beyond that, I want to thank you for supporting us students and being here for us during this time of need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well said, Mari. Tennyson High School, Julian Uribe.
Good evening to the board, fellow student trustees, and to the Hayward community. I'm here to share a brief report on what's happening at Tennyson High School. I'd like to begin my comments tonight by acknowledging that we are gathered here tonight on International Women's Day in Women's History Month. We are at the heart of the time where people here and at home and abroad celebrating the contributions of women in our society and culture. This is also a time when we recognize the strides forward that have been made for women's rights. But more importantly, this is a time that should remind us and those in power of how enormously further we have to come to dismantle discriminatory practices, policies, and ideas that unfairly hurt and hold women back all over the world. As Malala Yousafzai said, we cannot succeed when half of us are held back. At Tennyson, ASB encouraged students to wear the colors purple, green, and/or white to participate in today's celebration of women. Next slide, please. Last week, the Tennyson football community gathered to celebrate their most recent season. The Tennyson football team has succeeded for the last 3 years in achieving unprecedented milestones with holding on to their title as West Alameda County Conference champions. Additionally, students who participate in our football program gain a caring and supportive community and an outlet to higher education. Over 2 years, 9 of these athletes were offered a combined 61 college scholarships. This is the power of football for students at Tennyson, and this is the power of care and community for students. Next slide, please. The Tennyson student body and I stand in solidarity with the students at Mount Eden and their firm stand against anti-Semitism. On February 15th, I was shaken to my core by the comments courageously made by Mount Eden staff and students. It's horrific to even conceive the thought of anti-Semitic indoctrination happening within the walls of an HUSD classroom. To accept that became reality at Mount Eden is painful. Students should engage in a curriculum that broadens their intellectual horizons and that teaches them how to become good human beings. Students should never engage in a curriculum that teaches vile conspiracies from disgusting texts like the hidden tyranny is truth. The only comforting development to arise from this is the inspiring organization of students at Mount Eden to create opportunities at their site to heal from this trauma. Denison plans to follow in the footsteps of the leaders at Mount Eden by having an anti-Semitism awareness week that aims to educate our peers on the rich history and culture of the Jewish people. The teaching of hate should have no room in our classrooms. This is why Tennyson stands with Mount Eden. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Any other student trustees online, Ms. Rodriguez? That concludes item E1. We'll move on to E2, public comments for items not appearing on the agenda. Board bylaws allow for up to 1 hour of public comment. This time is designated for subject matters within our jurisdiction that are not on this evening's agenda. The hour for non-public agenda comment is split into 2 periods. One segment at the beginning of the meeting for 45 minutes and another period at the end of the meeting for the remaining 15 minutes. Any speaker who is unable to speak in the first segment, either due to the 45-minute time period expiring or due to late arrival, may be heard in the latter 15-minute time period set aside at the end of the meeting. With that said, I'd like to motion, or at least motion to the board that to amend the rules currently. I would like to listen to, I guess, all the cards listened or submitted tonight. I think in order to do that, in the interest of time, is maybe limiting the comment time to 1 minute, but guaranteeing that everybody that submitted a card is listened to tonight. Because otherwise, if we do not make a rule change there, not everybody's going to be able to be listened to. And I think it's important that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So,
How many public speakers do we currently have? That would help the board, I think.
oh yeah, Ms. Rodriguez, can you confirm the amount?
33 in person and 7 online.
That would give us 40 speakers. Is there a second to that? Okay, seconded by Clerk Ramos. Does anybody have any specific opinions about this or? Yeah, did you have, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to just remind the public that our bylaws do state that we're limited to an hour. And so given that we would go over the hour most assuredly without the room at the end, I would also like to hear from everyone in the room. So I would be in favor of that as well.
I think this also affords the opportunity for the public to all be listened to in the first portion of our meeting. So you don't have to stay until the very end because I think we do want to listen to everyone tonight. So I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Again, it's to amend the rules to extend it to listen to every single card that's been submitted thus far, but limiting the time to 1 minute. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. We're going to do 1 minute public speaking and we'll listen to every single card submitted. So all 40 speakers.
If this is your first time here, when you approach the microphone, there's 2 buttons. One of them looks like a little person. And when you push him, then the light will turn red and that means your microphone is on and working. So you'll be able to speak at that time. The first 3 speakers, I've taken the cards in order that they were received by the CSO. Ana Navidad, Natalie, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I haven't seen it before. Joshish and Jacqueline, beg your pardon? Okay, and Jacqueline Lafette. Ana Navidad?
Hi, I'm here with Stonebridge Families. I'm Ana Navidad. I was part of the school closure team back in 2020 with Dr. Wayne. And I remember how the team got recommended these things for closures of school. We requested not to cut programs, for example, dual immersion. And also, I will remind you that we worked for 2 years for this. And now Stonebridge is being forced to close the, being forced to let go of teachers to save money. And so we're gonna have a lot of combined classes. Now Sabrina goes mainstreaming in a dual immersion. She will be impacted by this and a lot of her students. So I beg you to please
Natalie?
My name is Natalie Josick, and I am a parent of a first grader at Stonebrae. I'm also a diplomate in school neuropsychology, and I come to you today to ask you to reconsider the collapse of several SEI and DLI programs into combination classes. There are executive function difficulties that exist for all of our students because frontal lobe functions do not develop and are not mature until the age of 25. Being in a combination class puts high demands on these executive functions. It makes it very difficult for our learners to be able to be effective with their critical thinking skills and all of the things that they need to be successful with their math reasoning, their language processing, and everything that we want in HUSD for successful CAS scores. Additionally, I just want to acknowledge that we do have several programs.
Jacqueline, excuse me, it's the next speaker's turn. Jacqueline? Oh, thank you.
Good evening, HUSD board members and staff. I've been teaching at Cherryland for 26 years, and I'm an advocate for outdoor learning. And last year, when we returned in in-person classroom, we had a number of increased social emotional behavior and anxiety challenges. And we were encouraged to use mindfulness strategies, but I think that we need to do more than that. There's approximately 14,000 square feet of a property directly behind the intermediate yard at Cherryland that could be landscaped to become an inviting outdoor classroom space. Students are advocating for their rights to have clean air. Students at Cherryland have planted so far 400 acorns, and at Longwood, 1,200 acorns and buckeye trees we've been planted. We need district approval for land use agreement and work authorization from school sites.
Thank you. Our next three
Sorry,
speakers.
can I just ask that interim superintendent follows up? 'Cause I know that we have gotten an email from Ms. Jacqueline regarding this proposal.
Thank you, Trustee Prada. I did have the opportunity to meet with the teachers and the staff that are working on this project, and we are planning to bring it forward for either a special feature or to just bring the information because it is amazing work.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers, Tricia Dennis, Monique Walton, and Greg Hentz. Or Henty. Tricia Dennis, Monique Walton, Greg Henty.
Good evening, members of the board, HUSD staff and community. I bring you this element of nature into this concrete jungle. It is outrageous that our time has been cut this evening. I appreciate you wanting to hear us all, but it cuts our voices. So thank you. I'd like to reduce the stress, the blood pressure, and enhance the mental state. I want to bring a sense of calm, harmony, support for human health, well-being, and productivity. I bring you a Cherryland student tree that was planted on February 1st, and it has already grown to the ripe age of 6 weeks, and it is already 4 inches tall. Our students' perseverance deserves more than what we are giving. I request that the board continue to bring this initiative forward and that we find funding in the LCAP to support science education. Thank you.
Walton?
Good evening, board. Good evening, staff. I am Dr. Monique Walton, principal of Mount Eden High School. And I'm here today just to address the community, address the board on behalf of myself and my team who are sitting here in the stands out here. We realize that there are some events that have happened at our school that have significantly impacted our community, the Jewish community, and the city as a whole. I come here tonight to ask for support, to ask for love, grace, and forgiveness as we as a team continue to move our students, our staff, and our school community through this tragic time. It is also my hope that we can see as we continue to come up with situations and things that dealing with race and equity and bias, that we all continue to take responsibility in each one of our factions of who we are as we represent our stakeholders in our communities and take action. And that action is that we come together to figure out what are ways that we can successfully make this happen and make sure that we can address these situations.
My name is Greg Henry. I'm a parent of a child at Stonebray. I'm here regarding the DLI program and the proposed combo classes in the DLI program. When the school closure went through, there was a commitment from the board to the DLI programs in particular. I feel like the board should honor that commitment and find room in the budget to not create so many combo classes in the DLI program. But I think the board should agendize a future program about combo classes and the district broadly. I've heard that 30% of the classes are combo. That's unacceptable. And it speaks to an issue beyond budget. It speaks to the way that the district and the school borders are drawn and the way that the populations are distributed. This is not solely because the population is decreasing, but the way that we're spreading them across the schools. 30% combo classes means my son's going to have 2 of them in his elementary school career. That's not okay. Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Dr. Martin Canizales, Charles Jones, and Paul Maciel. Push the person button.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Martin Canizales. I am a Spanish teacher at Mount Eden High School. Today, I am here to raise my voice on behalf of my students and teachers. As you can notice, I am wearing blue clothes. I am not Jewish, but I learned that in Jewish culture, the color blue represents protection. I am Mexican, and apparently I do not need to be protected because the direct attack was against Jewish people and their beliefs. However, I can feel their pain and anger. Y yo estoy muy enojado también. If you can understand Spanish. This is because the lack of information, action, and empathy shown by our administration. I am showing my solidarity as a member of the school and our whole society. In Hayward, we don't have room for racism, discrimination, or a rhetoric that promotes hate and false information. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Charles Jones. I am a HIA rep for Tennyson High School and the Social Studies Department Chair.
First, I want to say Happy Trans Awareness Month, and I also wanted to thank you for approving the DC, New York trip for this year for spring break. I appreciate that, and so do my students. The issue I wanted to bring forward tonight was for a week, our teen parents haven't been able to go to school because the parent center has been closed because they've been out with COVID, and there's been no one to cover them for that week. We need a policy in place to make sure that when that situation happens, we have someone there to cover that as a priority. Our vulnerable communities matter. These people deserve to have an education just as much as anybody else, and the supports that they need should be there to happen. So the person who is able to sub for that is subbing other classes right now because of that shortage. So we need to make sure that when people with those credentials are prioritized into the most vulnerable sections. If they're the only ones that can do the Teen Parent Center, they need to be able to be available for that. So I ask you to please look into that policy because it might be another week because of that. Thank you.
My name is Paul Maciel. I'm a Spanish teacher at Mount Eden High School. I didn't come today prepared to speak, but I'm here in solidarity of the brave students and faculty and colleagues behind me to ask this one question. Why was I handed this document? The Hidden Tyranny. It still exists on our campus. It contains 15, 20, maybe 40 or more annotations of reasons why Jews caused World War II. Why is nothing being done? Why is this still in circulation? Why is this physically on our campus? Thank you.
Our next three in-person speakers, Andrew Gross, Ivan Cho, Matt Denton.
I'm proud of the students and faculty at Mount Eden who alerted the school about the hateful rhetoric and who planned corrective lessons in a week for anti-Semitism awareness. Their courage and moral outrage stand in stark contrast to the district's initial apathy. For 2 months, the situation escalated as students and teacher concerns were ignored. Administrators did nothing to intervene, not until the negative media stories. This shameful episode illustrates the danger of the district's substandard ethnic studies program I talked to you about back in September, a program that Governor Newsom vetoed, calling it offensive. Tony Thurman, state superintendent, said that ethnic studies must include the contributions of Jewish Americans and provide balanced views of the Middle East. Hayward students are entitled to a complete and objective curriculum. Don't fail them again.
Hi, this is my first time here. I'm the proud father of a kindergartner who goes to Stonebrae Elementary School. This is my first exposure to Hayward Unified School District. Regretfully, I have to say that as I was doing research in what schools to bring my child, my neighbors and a lot of my circles of friends in Hayward said that they were sending their kids to chartered schools, sending them to Fremont, Union City, as well as private schools. And so there was a seed of doubt in my mind. Should I send my kid to a Hayward Unified School District school? I heard about Stonebrae, and to my great pleasure, it's been the best school for my child. I want to make this good first impression for everyone in Hayward, but it's going to be hard if so many classes are being compacted. So help me make a good first impression to all of Hayward by doing that.
I teach at Mount Eden. There's a lot of talk here and there about how we move on from the virulent bigotry that is coming out of our students' mouths and is being held in their hands. But there's very little being said about how we arrived here. The investigations that our administration hide behind were only begun after media attention. These events, as they have transpired, are the worst case scenario. Every day I look for some remediation or some renewed trust in this system. Each day is a test, and every day, in my eyes, you all fail.
Three speakers, Renee from Hold True. Last name Guerres and Mindy Finkelstein. Renee?
Hi, I'm Renee. I have a kid who goes to Stonebray Elementary. He loves the Mandarin program there. It's his one reason to go right now. With the compacting of the classes, I know that's going to change. Research shows that at best, we can expect no change, and most likely there's going to be negative impact on the students and on the teachers. And that's going to lead to dropping test scores, dropping enrollment, teachers will leave, and a school that is on a downward spiral. That's just the reality of combo classes, especially at the scale as they're being proposed in Stonebray. We have a good school. You heard it. The school is great. We love it right now. The school has great test scores right now. I'm asking you, please keep it that way. Please help us make it a great school. Make it there. You're at a crossroads here. You can decide which direction it goes. I'm asking you to help us, please. Thank you.
What do I press?
It's on already. You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm a junior at Mount Eden. I'm sure you've all heard about the anti-Semitic material taught by Mount Eden teacher. And in response to that, we have a student-led anti-Semitic awareness week, including education about Jewish culture, the Holocaust, and ADL workshops. And I'm really inspired by all of us who came together to lead this, but I need us all to remember, in awareness, we can only do so much and only acts as a band-aid to the administrative failures that led us here. With anti-Semitism on the rise and inadequate Holocaust teaching in much of America, admin's failure to act quickly, discouraging students from acting on the situation, and not even explicitly condemning the anti-Semitic text is absolutely irresponsible. This will keep happening if we don't have long-term solutions, and we will keep seeing teachers like this. Passiveness only makes you complicit.
Hi, I'm Mindy Finkelstein, and I'm a proud Jewish woman. I was 16 and working at a Jewish community center when I survived 2 gunshots piercing through my body. A man who grew up in a world filled with hate speech, hearing stories that the Holocaust was a lie, who eventually joined the Aryan nations, decided it was time to kill Jews. He took an Uzi and shot up the Jewish community center where I worked. It was filled with 5-year-old kids. 23 years later, I'm a mother of 2 kids, and I'm terrified knowing that they may endure the same violence that I did, not just because of the senseless gun violence that exists in this country, but also because there's hate speech and anti-Semitic documents in this community. Who's to say one of the kids that those documents reach isn't going to turn into the man who shot me? The brave students here, the brave teachers here are doing everything they can, but what are you doing? Thank you.
Our next 3 speakers are Rabbi Josh Wiseman, Ruchita Verma, and Alex Gomez.
Rabbi Josh Weissman of Temple Beth Shalom, which serves central and southern Alameda County, including Hayward. I'm here reluctantly because I wish we didn't have to be talking about anti-Semitism in the Bay Area in 2023, but we do have to.
Hate crimes against Jewish people are the largest category of hate crimes based on religion in the United States. Anti-Semitic incidents have been on the rise in the US over the last several years. Violence against Jews occurs with increasing frequency. Now is our hour of need. Jewish students and faculty here and elsewhere are not safe when anti-Semitism can be taught in classes, and no one is safe. We are committed to repairing this damage in concert with allies of all ethnicities and religions. I encourage the board to take vigorous action to repair and reverse the damage that has been caused. I'm also here to celebrate the upstanders who spoke out. You are my heroes. My community supports these students and teachers in their efforts and stands ready to work with anyone in good faith.
Hi, my name is Rachita Verma and I'm a senior at Mount Eden. I'm heartbroken to have to come here a second time to ask you to prioritize the safety of our community. I'm super disappointed in site and district level administration. To this date, there has been no genuine acknowledgement or apology. Last week, students were once again allowed in anti-Semitic spaces. In a restorative justice circle, students were allowed to debate a document that says Jews didn't deserve their genocide. And administration allowed this hate speech to prevail. No one disabused them of this lie. Furthermore, students are not being answered with clear answers to their questions. A board member refused to answer a moral question, such as, does academic freedom give a teacher the right to teach hate speech? The answer is no, but without a clear no from our leaders, we can't trust that our administration has students' welfare at heart. If our district cares about safety, why are students being put in unsafe spaces? Students like myself are staying up late at night with crying many tears and putting our hearts into organizing Anti-Semitism Awareness Week, which is now postponed. We were lacking support from administration until our teachers fiercely asked for administrative support. And because of them, we are here today and we are asking for acknowledgement, responsibility, and accountability.
Alex, I'm a parent of a fifth grader at Stoneberry Elementary. To echo my fellow parents, we want to express our dismay and concern over the current district recommendation to have a total of 6 combination classrooms at Stoneberry in the 23-24 school year. This is 2 combo classes in the DLI program and 4 in the English program. This is unacceptable to us as a parent community and something that we want to stand behind and against. Given we are short on time, might I leave you with 3 recommendations for a path forward? Number 1, an action plan in concert with your parents and your community to find a path forward toward right-sizing the recommendation for Stoneberry and the combo classes. Number 2, more visibility and transparency into these decisions as they are being made so that they can be made in concert with your community and staff. And lastly, meet with us. Please have us be a part of your decision-making and the discussions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind the community that the board did vote to hear from the 40 speakers we had at the time at the beginning of the session. So any new hands raised or cards submitted may not necessarily be heard. Our next 3 speakers are Carrie King, Stephen Elliott, and Michaela Langer.
There we go. Hi, my name is Carrie King, and I'm a proud parent of a freshman at Mount Eden High School. I've also been a teacher at Mount Eden High School for the last 30 years. I love my job and my school. But right now, Mount Eden is hurting. When it actually matters, hate speech has been disseminated, and HUSD anti-racist, anti-biased policies have become just talk. Without any accountability, it's empty. I do understand the legal process and the due process, and that those are involved are currently walking a tightrope. But HUSD lack of transparency or any real action since December of 2022, when this issue was first raised, is tantamount to condoning the anti-Semitic hate speech that has infiltrated a classroom on my campus. I desperately need your support. Thank you.
Turned it off, right? Right. Everyone can hear me, correct? Excellent. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Stephen Elliott, and I'm a history teacher at Mount Eden High School. In addition to being a history teacher, I'm also a member of our site-based decision-making team, a former member of our instructional leadership team, and a Jewish man. In my work as a member on our instructional leadership team, we helped our staff understand their role in combating bias and racism on our campus. I recently resigned from this team because of the hypocrisy that exists within Hayward Unified School District. I wrote this body about my concerns 1 month ago today. My administration was informed about anti-Semitism 3 months ago now. Finally, after 3 months, we got a response from our superintendent last night. We could not continue to work in a district where hate takes months to confront. I have shared this with my staff and I will share it with you tonight. This is not my first encounter with anti-Semitism. Growing up in rural California, I had swastikas drawn on my locker, hate speech hurled at me in the hallways, and at the time I didn't speak up because I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I could no longer remain silent on this topic, and I pray Hayward Unified School District will no longer remain silent as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michaela Langer. I'm a Jewish American and I'm alumni of Mount Eden High School, graduated in 2018. I come a week before my 23rd birthday to talk about the effect of learning that one of my past teachers my senior year has promoted Hitler and anti-Semitic rhetoric in the classroom. I didn't tell this teacher that I was Jewish. I wonder if I had, what would have happened? I expect a true and sad disappointment. I love my high school experience. I love my teachers. One of my high school photograph projects was a photo of a structured dedication that talks about my life. I included a menorah, mezuzah, and a picture of my late grandfather. Thank you to all the students and staff that brought light to this. Thank you very much. I've also experienced I've also experienced never mind, sorry. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Nancy Wright, Marie Butler, Joseph Binger.
All right. Good evening, board members, staff, and community. I want to start by saying that I'm not here tonight for Mount Eden, but I stand in solidarity with Mount Eden students and staff. I'm here tonight, not as a science educator, which is where I'm usually here tonight, but as a parent. I am a proud community member, parent, and educator in Hayward. Two of my children go to Stonebray, and next year my daughter will join my sons. So excited for all three of them to be a part of this excellent school community that is Stonebray Elementary. I chose Stonebray not just because it was so close to my house, though that is great, but because of the DLI Mandarin Immersion Program. My sons speak Mandarin beautifully, and not only have they learned a new language, but they've learned so much about Chinese culture. And they now will be able to speak 2 languages that are the most common in the world. I am an educator and a teacher, and I have a lot to say about it. Please, no combos, not good for our students, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Oh, it's still on. Okay, there we go. Good evening. My name is Marie Butler. I'm a visual and performing arts teacher at Mount Eden High School, formerly an instructional leadership team teacher. I've served on SBDM and also formerly an anti-bias and anti-racism facilitator at our site. I I'm here to ask for leadership and guidance. On February 28th, an optional staff meeting was held to hold space to hear from staff around the presence of anti-Semitism at Mount Eden. Following the meeting, I shared my constructive criticisms in an email to the site admin team, Lisa Davies, interim superintendent Chen Fernandez, Kim Watts, and Michelle Root, all of whom were present in the staff meeting. I followed up with my email this week and have gotten no response or acknowledgement. In my follow-up this past Tuesday morning, I requested that since my email had not been responded to, that we be able to discuss how we will heal as a staff at the staff meeting today. I was hopeful when I saw on our agenda that it would be time for campus climate chat. Sadly, there was not any conversation. Parents need to be informed about the exposure their students have had to anti-Semitism.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph Binger, and I'm a history teacher at Mount Eden High School. I've been an educator for many years in Hayward Unified and have taught my students to care for each other and appreciate each other's cultures. I have organized Holocaust survivor presentations over many years at Mount Eden. I am very upset about what has happened at my school with the teacher and the anti-Semitic material he gave his students. It is also upsetting and troubling how long this has taken to have a resolution. It is so important that there be a resolution to this very soon so the process of healing can really occur. We owe this most importantly to our students. Thank you.
Our next three speakers, Frank Yu, Alexandra Sladoff, Lee Benz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mr. Yu. I am the 5th grade DLI Mandarin DLI teacher at Stonebrae. Like all my fellow teachers standing here with us, we should be at home preparing for the next day's lesson, and yet we're standing here because of the urgency that we had to be here, as you have heard from our other parents. I'm here to stand with my SEI and DLI classes and communities together because 6 combos is not reasonable. 6 combos is 6 too much. It doesn't matter if it's in DLI, it doesn't matter if it's in SEI, no school should have this many combo classes. It impacts students in many ways. I'm unfortunate for now to not be one of those people who had to be a combo teacher, but the detrimental impact you're gonna have on the community is immeasurable once you put it in place. Since we're only given a minute to speak on this matter, I would like to give all the parent feedback comments we have received to the board. And if I may, I want to deliver to the board. Thank you.
There you are.
Hello, board. It's wonderful to see your faces today. Today I rise to ask for us to be proactive and not reactive. There's a lot going on right now in our district, and I've had some really amazing conversations over the past few weeks. But I think what we need to do is use our greatest resources, which is our teachers. We have great and creative and wonderful minds, and we could create a database of approved lessons written by our own teachers, where teachers could write lessons on all different traditions, backgrounds, communities. And we'd actually be able to use the greatest power this district has, which is the teachers' minds. So I really hope that this is something that we can look into. I've reached out to people at Cal State who also said that they'd be willing to work with us on this, which brings in a whole other element of college level lessons. It brings in a pipeline to get us more teachers because it shows that we are being, again, proactive and not reactive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Benz, and I am the mother of Zoe Benz. She is a student at Mount Eden in her senior year. She's in the middle of all of this allegations at Mount Eden. I just want to know what is being done to protect my student. There's been things. My daughter is in her senior year. She's have to withdraw from school, go to independent study. Teachers are posting things in their Google Classroom when they should be using that for academics and not allegations. My daughter was shown the Kyle Rittenhouse video in class a couple weeks ago. And then she is the only African-American with one other African-American student in her class. And no one is concerned about these things. But I want to know what is being done to protect my student. My daughter is in her senior year and she's had to withdraw from school.
Our next three speakers, Zoe Benz, Tammy Russell, Marty Canterbury.
My name is Zoe Benz and I spoke at the last board meeting. And based on these allegations, I have been nervous and anxious to even be in these classes. Mostly teachers have spoken today. I've had their classes and I still have this year. And I think that is crazy that none of them has even apologized for the way they've made me feel they've talked about it on campus. It's been discussed when this shouldn't is something that kids should not be discussing. If they want to discuss it, do it off campus. That's what you want to do. This should not be something I have to focus on in my senior year when I should be focused on graduating and my grades. It's something that's not okay. I mean, yeah, maybe I've had kids talk to me about it or ask me about it. I've had looks. This stuff isn't okay. Yeah, I've had one kid maybe apologize, but what does that affect everyone else on campus and how everyone else views me? This shouldn't be allowed. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm standing tonight with a member of the NAACP, the Youth and Advisor Committee. I came to say something completely different, but I'm so heartbroken. For about a decade, I've come before this board and I've laid my heart out and I've stated how bad it is for Black children. And to hear from a child that was at Burbank while the slave game was being played, that they're hurt again, is breaking my heart. Does it matter whose spirit is murdered in this district and then you do something about it? I'm curious. I want to see what's going to happen. I want to see who you're going to stand up for. Sarah Prada sits on the board. Her babies were called the N-word. They were called all kinds of things and nothing was done. When are you going to do something? I get it. If one person is hurting and you do something for all of these babies. How dare you fix one problem and you leave other babies hurting? This is disgusting to me. I don't even really have the words to say. Again, I'm going to wait and I'm going to watch. This needs to be fixed. Our babies need to stop being hurt. This baby should not have to be out of school hurting again after the slave game.
I'm a combination teacher at Stonebrae High School 4-5, and I have to tell you, even though I'm pretty good at it, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. So what I would like to propose is that if you're having attendance problems in Hayward, that what you do is look at the product that you are delivering for the masses. Don't make cheap gestures of homage. I want you to provide a service, and that service is staying with state standards and teaching math, reading, and writing, and having equal access, and that does not mean warehousing little children in combination classes of 30 to 35 so that you can fix the budget. There's a reason why people aren't coming here, and that's because education does not come first. I can tell exactly because of the decisions that are being made toward our school right now. 6 combination classes in elementary school. What is this, a human warehouse? You have to stop this immediately. And what I would like to propose is that you put state standards and education first. It's absolutely essential. Thank you.
Our last 3 in-person speakers before we move to the online environment is Sabra Dupre, Felix Rogers, and Annie Malednich.
And I'm a parent of a few students in Hayward. I want to speak to the issue at Mount Eden. Like a lot of people have spoken before, this is not the first time we've heard this about a race. We have experienced this last board meeting when parents are discussing the same type of things. If we're gonna do this for one, let's do this for all. I will not condone what was happened, but I do know this teacher personally. He is a very passionate teacher. And what I think he's being laid out to just dry by himself. And it's not okay. If we're gonna line up all the teachers, let's line them all up. There are other issues at Mount Eden from teachers using inappropriate language in class, showing other inappropriate things. If we're gonna go across the board, let's go across the board. Where is the grace? That's what I wanna know. Some of us in here believe in God, Jesus. Where is the grace? If you're going to give grace to all these other teachers, he deserves grace too.
My name is David Felix Rogers. I'm a Mount Eden senior. I'd like to say I'm tired. I'd like to go home and I'd rather be doing calculus homework. But instead, I'm here at this board meeting talking about an issue I talked about last week or last board meeting. There was a teacher at Mount Eden teaching anti-Semitic text. I don't think I have to argue that to anyone. I hope I don't. You asked me how we heal this, Dr. Davies, Kimberly Watts, Monique Walton. You asked me how we heal this situation. You have to be transparent with us for us to heal this situation. You have to tell us what the process is that you followed to fix this, because as far as anyone can tell, nothing happened for 2 months. You ignored teachers when they told you this was happening. You ignored students when they told you this was happening, and you hid behind a process that no one can know. No one can know what you did because, frankly, I don't trust that you did anything. You asked for trust, but you don't give us anything. Trust goes both ways. This has to be a dialogue, not a monologue.
I'm Annie Mladnich. I'm a social science teacher at Mount Eden High School. You've gotten tons of emails from me over the years on all sorts of different topics, including anti-Semitism and also on nooses that were in our school that nothing happened with, and students that were being targeted for their sexuality that nobody did anything with. This is a pattern of lack of leadership in HUSD. The only people that we should be holding accountable is the board and the district administration, who don't act when people tell you we have a crisis. And I've been helping at all ends. And the reason you have people in the audience fighting, and the reason you have people turning against one another, that's happening with our students, that's happening with our staff. And that is all because you are not doing anything about it. Where's your conscience?
Moving over to the Zoom environment, our next three speakers are Jamie Molina, Carla Schick, and Wing Yang Wu. Jamie Molina, your line has been unmuted.
Hi, family. Can you hear me?
I can go right ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. Hi, family. My name is Jamie Molina. I'm standing here with my children, my spouse, Mario Pangelina, Faith Pangelina, and Mario Pangelina III. You guys know us. We are just so grateful and honored just to be here sitting with you. First and foremost, because you guys have helped pave the way for my beautiful family and my children to attend Stonebray Elementary. So Mario is in 5th grade. Thanks to you guys have helped us being inter-district transferred family to attend. He is doing SEI now in English, and Faith is 7 tomorrow. She's in the 1st grade Mandarin immersion program. So I stand with my family. You guys heard what is in concern. I know I only have 15 seconds left, but I wanted to raise the concern of families like me who have an IEP plan. I want to still feel supported with this decision that you guys are making. I feel that we need to talk more about how many classes are to be included. Thank you so much, you guys. I know that you guys are going to make a wise decision. And
good evening. I am speaking as an individual who is a longtime member of the HUSD community, and I have participated in the National and State Coalition for Liberated Ethnic Studies. As a Jewish person who was born only 10 years after the liberation of the Nazi camps and who grew up in an anti-Jewish neighborhood, I understand the pain this hatred engenders. Even more so, I feel how what goes on in our classrooms, in our learning communities, lives on in our psyches, impacting how we act for years to come. My heart goes out to the Mount Eden High School community. The use of anti-Semitic tracts is inexcusable and must be counted. I therefore urge HUSD to take control of both the educational processes and the curriculum now, not allowing an outside group to do this, so that we stay true to our shared values expressed in our board policies concerning ABAR and ethnic studies. I caution you against equating a political critique of Israeli government with anti-Semitism while addressing the harm caused by anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Yang Mu.
Good evening. My name is Wing Yan Wu, and I'm a senior at Mount Eden High School. Mount Eden is no longer a safe space. Beyond the hate in the document, the hidden tyranny, the inaction of both site and district administrations further tore the community apart. Contrary to the city motto, no room for racism, racism is growing on our campus right underneath our feet. Students are brainwashed and indoctrinated by teachers who hold conspiracy theories. Hate speech should not be protected under the umbrella of academic freedom. I stand with all Mount Eden community members in solidarity. I'm disheartened and devastated to see hate at my school and to know that our admins delay and perpetrate the hate. This is not forgivable. Thank you for your time.
These speakers are Nacheli, Leona Wong, Carl Musny. Nacheli, your line has been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Muffled, but we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Lopez. I'm a student at Mount Eden High School, and I'm here to talk about the anti-Semitism that was being taught at my school. The HUSD claims that the district is free of any and all types of discrimination, but in reality, if the district were true to what it claims, the moment it was reported that anti-Semitism was being taught in our classrooms, action should have been taken. The fact that the district did nothing for 2 months speaks for itself. As you failed to protect Jews from this hate, you failed us all as a community. This is no longer the safe community the HUSD claims to provide, as a group of the community was being attacked and nothing was done. Actions speak louder than words, but in this case, your silence and lack of action speaks louder than what you claim. I'm truly disappointed. With that being said, I'm helping plan the Anti-Semitism Awareness Week at my school. We would like your support in ensuring students are in safe spaces on our campus by providing support. We are asking for our administration to accept accountability and responsibility. It's disappointing to see that our students are doing administration's work, and we would like to see our school be the safe space we need. Thank you.
your line has been unmuted.
Good evening, Hayward community. My name is Leona Wong, and I'm a science teacher at Mount Eden High School. The first thing I want to say is that I am very proud of the student leaders at our school for taking a stance against anti-Semitism. They have shown courage and true leadership in the face of hatred. I only wish that the actions of you, our district leaders, would have reflected the same kind of urgency in stopping the teachings of hate. It took way too long for the adults in charge to respond, and the response is lacking. The district and school administration must take steps to make our schools safe for everyone by creating policies that will ensure that this kind of harmful curriculum will never be taught again. The community must be shown that they could trust their place of education and work, and that their leaders will address the situation through proper action. Proper action includes holding space for the community and to have productive conversations to create solutions together. HUSD must come forward to condemn and reject the document that our students have been exposed to. Otherwise, HUSD is allowing the spread of hate and contributing to the misinformation problem that is destructive to our society today. Thank you.
Mosley, your line's been unmuted.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Carl Musni from Mount Eden, and I'd like to thank the students and teachers and other leaders for bringing it up. But the issue at Mount Eden of anti-Semitism and the school administration lacking accountability to address this issue has me pressed. Like, I find it ridiculous how us students and teachers got to be the ones to go out of our way to make change in the community, when it should be like the bare minimum obligation of the admin to keep the school a safe space for not just students or staff, but for everyone. And I hope everyone can continue to stand against anti-Semitism. And I'd like to acknowledge for what someone here said earlier. It was like, we cannot succeed if half of us hold back. School admin, if after hearing about everything in this meeting about Jewish people getting mutilated and completely erased, and you still not doing anything about it, then I think you a massive wuss. Thank you.
Mildred Vasquez.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mildred Vasquez, and I'm currently a student in Mount Eden, and I am a sophomore which was a student in that class, in Mr. Ben's class. I would like to speak about the inaction that I've seen for several months about this issue, and not just this issue, but several other issues. And another thing is that by speaking to the media, because of the fact that there was a lack of action, response, and accountability from our administrators, I actually fear for my own personal safety, and I feel like that is a very vulnerable place to be. Aside from that, I've also heard from administrators that we are doing too much and minimizing the issue that has been going on in our campus for months. Aside from that, I've been hearing from students, and I am absolutely livid. I think this is unacceptable, and I understand that a lot of students don't understand what this text is actually about. That's all I have to say.
Board President, we did conclude the 40 that were approved. There are 4 hands raised online, and there was 1 in-person speaker. We can hold these to the last segment, or
we made a statement that we wanted to hear from everyone, and I think we've allotted 45 minutes for this time. So with the 5 left, I think that's we'll make time to listen to them now. Board, are we okay with that? Listen to these the rest of the speakers submitted.
we haven't reached our hour yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Then our next 3 speakers are, well, let me double check if Director Lamnin. There you are. If you would. Thank you.
Hi. I appreciate you all sitting. I appreciate the work that you do. I appreciate the counselors that were on campus at Mount Eden. I appreciate the investigation that's going forward. And I appreciate the interviews that you're doing with the students to understand and build a curriculum that responds to what may or may not, what seems to have been brought on campus and what may or may not have been understood about that. And I thank you for your dedication to try and respond to everybody's emails, to try and find solutions together. Thank you for all of that. I stand today, yes, I'm a trustee, sorry, you guys are trustees. I'm a director on the Hayward Area Recreation District Board, but I stand here as a Jewish elected official, part of a network of Jewish elected officials, a past president of a congregation, a Jew, and just somebody who really loves Hayward. And for all of us who chanted never again, for all of us who took a knee in 2020, for all of us who posted solidarity with the Asian community, stood together around anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, it's time for us to come together, let the investigation finish, and do productive things. And yes, I went over my time. Sorry.
Going back online, the 4 hands raised that we'll be hearing from are Tasha Lee, Daisy Cabas, Ashley Bell, and Maria del Carmen Espinosa. Tasha Lee, your line has been unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tasha Lee, and I'm a parent at Stonebrae. I just wanted to speak regarding the district's plans to create DLI and SEI combination classrooms. Combining classrooms will inevitably increase the classroom size and hurt our students' ability to thrive in their classrooms. It will also be very challenging to our teachers who are already working very hard, and we just risk losing some really great and dedicated teachers in the process. In addition, I am a parent of an IEP student who is mainstreamed, and I am very concerned about my child and her peers' ability to do well in a compacted classroom. I don't think this is a good idea for our students and our teachers, and I ask that you please do not approve this plan. Thank you for your time.
Daisy Cabas.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Daisy Caboose, and I am an English teacher at Mount Eden. I also am an advisor of Slate Club. I am also a friend of Mr. Benz. He is one of the teachers that welcomed me when I started with the district 2 years ago. And Mr. Benz and I can have decent discourse. We can have a very healthy conversation and disagree with a lot of things. Zoe was in our club, Slate Club. I'm very thankful for the resources that Mount Eden has provided me as a club advisor and as a teacher of Latinx English class and 9th and 10th grade English. I am, however, concerned about the lack of respect that we have for our admin and how closed off we may be. When I say we, I mean our department for having these courageous people.
Your line has been unmuted. Ashley. I'll check back. Moving on.
Here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go right ahead.
So yes, my name is Ashley Bell. I'm the Restorative Justice Counselor at Mount Eden High School. And I'm just here to say that I stand with our Mount Eden admin. I stand with our school community. I stand with the safety of our students. The fact that I'm here writing this and talking about this as a new member of the education system, I feel uneasy in regards to what is taking place in our school community. The division, the cruelty, and the hatred that has been taking place is unsettling. I feel that our Mount Eden community is losing sight of our focus, which is our students, and creating a space where everyone is welcome and everyone is safe and included. Although we are in a multicultural school district, it does not mean that we are free from racism, sexism, and all the other isms that marginalized groups experience. We all experience some form of oppression, but if we aren't standing in solidarity with one another, the hate will continue and uphold division. I can see that we can come together as a community to figure out a community event, but we can't figure out how we can support our students and not send them out of class or get kicked out of class or wearing a hoodie over their head. Again, it's all about healing. It's all about coming together. And it's all about getting our youth. I'm cut off, but thank you for my time.
Carmen Espinosa, your line's been unmuted.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, to all of the HUSD community, there is a survey out there that's the panoramaed.com survey for Hayward. This is a place where you can express your feelings, write whatever it is that you're feeling on in these boxes, so everybody can see in the HUSD what's going on. So please fill out this survey so it can help us out, and then that way you can voice your opinions there, and people are going to read it, and something is going to happen, some sort of action. Now, I don't understand why this teacher is still teaching. You have this whole community. First of all, it's been over 3 years of racism, okay? Over 3 years. I feel like the school board is tone deaf because they keep on hearing, and nothing is happening. Why isn't this person not teaching? Why is this person not teaching? Why is he still able to go there and teach what is wrong? This is wrong. This guy needs to be fired. You guys need to get rid of him. Thank you.
Thank you. And by limiting the comments tonight to 1 minute was not to limit anyone's voice, which is why I would like to also motion to the board. If anybody does stay until the later half and you only had 1 minute to speak, we'll welcome the other minute. I would like to see if anybody would like to second that board. Okay. Just because if you do want to stay, you can have the later half of your time. The goal there was to listen to everyone here tonight and not to limit anyone that was going to speak. So with that, we're going to move on to item E3, board member comments. Trustee Prada.
Comments that I have to make tonight are directed at a couple of the things that were brought up in comments from the public tonight. And all I can do is speak from my heart, and I'm going to do that. I did write down what I say because I wanted to make sure that I said everything. So bear with me. I first of all want to say with all my heart that there is no room in our district and at Mount Eden High School for things like the hidden tyranny. It is a filthy document that needs to be confined to the ash heap of history, no question. And I salute the students for organizing the upcoming Anti-Semitic Awareness Week. If I were still a teacher at Mount Eden these days, I would be standing next to you tonight, I promise you. I still do so in spirit. The Mount Eden High School that I know and remember vividly. Oh, God, help me. The Mount Eden High School that I know and remember vividly is a place that is known for hosting students from many different cultural backgrounds from throughout the world. And I think at one time there were over 40 different cultural backgrounds represented within the student body there, as I recall, give or take. The MEHS that I know was a model of how we could only hope society could be, a place where no matter from whence you come, you have a place at the table, a place where students' culture is honored, viewpoints and opinions respected, listened to, and considered. And it is so unfortunate that this school has gotten the negative publicity in recent days that it has gotten because of the miscalculations and malfunctions of what is apparently a system run amok. As so often in situations like this, it is the students and the reputation of the school that suffers. So to the current students at Mount Eden, I want to say to you that you do not deserve that. I'm here on this board, but I carry Mount Eden High School in my heart every single day. A great part of the reason I sit on this board is due to the experiences that I had for 30 years with students just like you at your great school. It is shameful that our students have had to carry the load over what has happened for such a long time. I wish this had been addressed much earlier than what it seems to have been. But I also want you to understand that what has been happening is a result caused by adult infractions, adult errors, adult missteps, and adult misunderstandings and perceptions, and yes, adult mistakes, and our students have been caught in the middle of it, and I am so very, very sorry. And to our Jewish friends and community and everyone else who has been harmed, I am so very sorry. I also know Mount Eden to be a place where some of the finest educators I've ever known can be found. It is a place where there are superb teachers and staff who care, who invest themselves every day of life and pour themselves into their students and their work. Those students bleed blue and gold every day. And to them, I also want to say, I'm sorry this current situation throws such a negative light in your direction as well. I feel your pain. For myself, and I believe all of my fellow board members, we take the current situation very seriously. We are committed to ensuring that hatred toward any group of people or individual persons never takes a foothold in our schools. I believe also in the right to due process for everyone when they stand accused of something. This is the point we are at now. The process is taking its course, and at the end of it, we will have the answers that everyone seeks. I know the public has a lot of questions about how this was handled, and so do we as a board. I also want to make it clear that I believe in our interim superintendent and her diligence in getting answers from her staff. My past experience with her and her unshakable integrity gives me reason to believe that she is doing just that now. Dr. Fernandez, I am asking for an official timeline of what phone calls were made, memos and emails were sent, instructions and directions were given, so that we can figure out where the hell the ball was dropped on this and why. Believe me, we want those answers. Once that due process has taken place, we will address the outcome of that process. What we must do right now is address the harm that has been done and how we can expedite the healing. On a completely unrelated topic, but related to what has been said tonight, we've received many emails from Stonebrae community and the idea of having combo classes as they relate to our Mandarin program. I'd like to get the lowdown on what is happening there ASAP from staff. And I'd like to say, so I'm asking you, Chin, I'd like to say that I am fundamentally opposed to combination classes, and I don't see how, as I sit here tonight, that I could ever vote for something like 6 combo classes at any school. So those are my comments this evening.
Clerk Ramos.
Thank you, President. Is that it now? Yep. All right, thank you, President Fetty. First of all, I stand in solidarity with Trustee Rowden, and many of the things he said earlier, I would just echo it. So first of all, my heart goes out to the Jewish community, to my Jewish friends. My Jewish grandmother be rolling over in her grave. Anyway, it's sad what has happened as new elected trustee. This is all new to me, but I know it should have been handled before I even got here. So thank you for our acting superintendent, Fernandez, who's doing the best she can at the moment. I think we need more transparency. Someone once said that what transpired in darkness will come out in the light, and it will. So rest assured that our acting superintendent will take care of this. And I'm sure I speak for everybody here on the board that we're upset just as much as you are. And I reflect that my daughter graduated. She attended and graduated from Mount Eden. So that's another stone. Anyway, God bless you all. And we stand in solidarity with the Jewish community and all ethnic communities in the HUSD district.
Thank you, Clerk Ramos. Trustee Prada.
So before you play that, it's just a little clip of some of the beautiful events that I was able to attend last month. I just wanted to say that I have hope. I have hope that going forward, seeing this response from my fellow trustees and such a quick response from them gives me hope that maybe we can really move this district forward in fighting against hate. Tammy Rosell spoke earlier and shared a little bit about my experience with hate in this district and how it impacted my family and my children. So I am looking forward to the day where we treat, all genocides as horrible crimes against humanity, that our policy to investigate and suspend teachers who celebrate genocidal monsters and their manifestos. For example, the document that advocated genocide of Native American people by racist enslaving pedophiles like Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence. Also, let's cover a murderer who actively contributed to the genocide of African people, George Washington, a document that was used to commit genocide against Black people, the US Constitution. This is an opportunity for us to have a deeper conversation and changing our curriculum, changing our government, changing the minds that we mold, and actually bringing accountability to our policy, which is something that I pleaded, begged, and cursed for a year ago in February. And I was told by Trustee Rowden that maybe we should come from a place of love for our educators who maybe aren't ready to take that step into a place of change. So, I just mean like same energy at all, I'm here for all our babies. So if everyone's ready to really do the work, y'all, I got your back, let's do it. And so maybe we can go on to my presentation. And then I wanted to also give a shout out to Longwood and Room 25, Miss Lydia de Ramirez's class. They were so sweet and I got my card. I just wanted to show them. Thank you very, very much. And I will be visiting you guys soon with your book. Thank you.
Vice President Dr. Akenda.
Thank you. It's hard to know what to say on a night where there's been so much emotion, and I just want to begin by speaking for myself as a leader in education in our community and the hurt that I know and the harm that people are feeling right now. I just want you to know that we are with you, and for all of the ways that our leadership has contributed to this not being handled in a way that really tried to mitigate harm as much as possible. I just want everyone who's been harmed to feel how much we are with you, and that anything that we've done to contribute to that, I'm just deeply sorry. I also want to say that, as a board, we've tried to, we've heard for a very long time from our Black community. We've heard for a very long time from our leaders who feel that there could be more support. And when we've talked about equity, we've always talked about it from something that needs to happen, not just for our students, but also for the adults. And we talk about being a district that values restorative practices. And these are all values that, of course, I hold dear, and I've tried to do my best in my role to champion and support the people who have been doing this work long before I got here. And I just hope that we are able to work together to come up with a solution for, yes, being proactive, for not allowing these things to happen again, to support leaders in how to handle difficult situations like this, that there is a clear protocol and that the district is capable of responding as quickly as possible while honoring the process that we know all of us are entitled to. So I understand this is a very complex matter, and I want to be mindful of that, as I know many of you have already stated. But that said, I just can't, it's just hard to hold all of the pain that I feel in this room tonight and that I know all of you are feeling. And so again, I am sorry for that. And I also need to take a moment to thank Ms. Meehan's classroom at Eldridge for the cards you sent me. Ms. Prada, you made me feel guilty. I didn't bring them to display as well, but I did want to let you know I received them, and I'll be back to visit as well. So thank you again for that very kind gesture and a reminder of all of us stepping up to do our part to lead with love and grace and compassion, while also doing what we can to support that measure of accountability that we know is needed for us to make true progress and change. So thank you.
Thank you. I have quite a bit to share tonight. I'll go and start off with a statement I prepared here to read aloud, and then I have other things to share as well. Hayward Unified School District does not condone or tolerate any type of hateful or biased rhetoric, including anti-Semitism. We take these allegations very seriously. Students from all backgrounds and religions should feel welcome and safe to express themselves while they learn, and this is not the district that we aim to be. Hatred and discrimination in any form has never been welcome here. Hayward is my home and has been my home since I was in elementary school. So I take this role in my community very seriously. I'm beholden to all of my neighbors, my former teachers here, and they can assure you that I'm committed to this work. I am committed to making sure that hate never finds a home in Hayward. Our board is committed to never tolerate hate in our schools. And I know that everyone here is committed to our anti-bias and anti-racist policies and values. I'm very proud of this board that we stand by that. I do know that there's a lot that we can't share because of confidentiality matters, but please rest assured that we are working around the clock to address this. This is literally the top of our mind and something that we're constantly looking into and making sure that we respond appropriately. With that, last week I'm happy to share that Interim Superintendent Wu Fernandez, as well as Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services Lisa Davies, and I met with ADL, working to formalize a partnership and move forward in finding out ways where we can help heal this community. We value everyone that comes here tonight and spends their time to come to public comment. I promise you that. That is why we took the time to listen to everyone. And I do know it felt like the time was rushed, but it allowed everyone to be heard. I'd rather listen to everyone than only listen to half the people here tonight that took the time out of their schedule. So that is the rationale there. There was no limiting of time, and that's why we're going to allow people who even spoke before to speak in the second half if you feel like you were cut off. So, and we don't normally do that. So we want to listen to everybody. This is a board that wants to listen to the community and do the right thing, especially by our students. I wanted to wish a happy Trans Awareness Month as well as a happy Women's History Month. I also wanted to share some media here. I think Aaron, Jen, I sent you guys a couple. We'll go with the slideshow first and then the movie. I had the opportunity and pleasure to attend Treeview's read-in. This was the kindergarten class at Treeview, room 1, I believe. And it was honestly just an amazing experience. It was actually my alma mater and a place that I had attended. So it was nice to see just how much I had outgrown all the furniture there. So next page. And this is just the Read Across America event at Treeview with our family engagement specialist. And then the last slide there. This is Mayor Mark Salinas, hard board president, Rick Hatcher, and myself. we were doing a agenda building session for HLAC, and I want to remind everyone we are having a meeting HLAC April 13th at 4:30. We have a lot of things planned for the ahead, and I'm really excited to share that with you. So please attend HLAC and share your views. But just to give you a preview, we're really looking to build a lot more community in this in Hayward, and that's going to be our number one agenda, to make sure that we continue to build that community and give opportunities for our students and children and outlets for recreation and fun. So please look forward to attending that, and then let's go ahead and play the movie, Aaron. This is just what the kids wanted to send out to everybody that volunteered their time to do the Read Across America event.
Say thank you.
So they were very, very thankful. And again, we saw people from the fire department, police department, people from the hard board, people from the city council, all types of community leaders come and take their time during the middle of the day to read to these kids. And I just, it's an event that I always look forward to. So want to thank everyone who spent their time doing that. And I also wanted to address a lot of the parents. I don't think they're here. Hopefully they're in the overflow room about combo classes. Because I can actually share something personally with you. Like I said, I attended Hayward Unified Schools. I was in I believe it was a 2-3 combo class at Treeview Elementary. And I have my own opinions about that. And I'm definitely critical of combo classes. So I just want to let you know that that is something I personally experienced, and I'll be sharing that experience and that feedback with our leadership team here. So that'll be in consideration. So that is something I firsthand went through, and I'm definitely not the biggest fan of. So, okay. With that, I have one more announcement about the superintendent search. Since January, I've been providing a brief superintendent search update. We continue to be on track with our hiring process timeline and expect to start interviewing final candidates this Friday, March 24th and Saturday, March 25th in a closed session and confidential format. As with the closed session we held last week, again, there will be no reportable actions after these interviews take place because that is part of the confidential process. Excuse me. Based on the timeline, the soonest the public would know about a superintendent candidate would be April 19th, 2023 at our next board meeting, or at our next April board meeting. With that concludes my comments. Again, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. This is a big part of our democratic process, of us being elected by you voters and listening to your concerns about the community and seeing what actions we take upon that. So please hold us accountable to that. Thank you. For superintendent comments, Ms. Wu Fernandez.
Thank you, President Perfetta. Before I move on to my planned comments, I'm just going to make a couple statements. It was very difficult for me to hear from all of the folks that spoke tonight. The testimonies in the room makes it hard to miss that we have harm that's been done to our community, and we have lots of repair to do. Any harm on our kids is not okay and will not be tolerated, whether it's this incident or any incident, and we should be responding to it in the way that we should respond to any incident exactly the same. However, I'm heartened by the fact that despite the fact that we're angry, frustrated, we equally take this particular topic very seriously. And there's a call to action in the room that I really want to make sure that we hear, right? We've been talking about harm to our kids for a very long time, has been pointed out. And I'm heartened by the fact that that folks are stepping up. We have partners in the room, we have parents in the room, we have staff in the room, we have students in the room who are ready to kind of take partnership with us in terms of moving towards action. This is a long road that we must take. There's a lot of work to do, and I'm thankful for the fact that we're all leaning in to do the work. So I don't want to miss the fact that there's folks in the room while you're in pain, you're frustrated, and you're angry. I'm heartened to hear the fact that you're ready to step in and for us to step in together to go ahead and take some action around the work. And we also have religious folks, leaders in the room that are saying the exact same thing. So we look forward to your partnership as we move through this journey. We do take our ABAR policy seriously and feel like that is the course of action that we want to take, is community action around rectifying the isms in our community. So thank you for being here tonight. And the testimony is just reaffirm our belief, and I think you heard from our board and our leadership team that this is the work in front of us and we are ready for the challenge. Aaron, please put up the presentation. It is that time of the year, so I do want to point out that there's opportunities for community input in our local accountability plan that we built every year for our community, for our students. Please take advantage of these opportunities. We are doing feeder pattern formats for folks to come in and talk to us about what we think we need, what we like to see different in our schools, what we like to improve, have more of, less of. And so if you are at all available, we are inviting folks to these opportunities via Zoom meetings to talk about how we can improve our systems in schools. Next, Aaron. On Friday, as you know, our schools are embarked on a major initiative around social emotional learning. So this Friday is our first social emotional learning day. So we wanted to make sure that we announce that. Our theme this year is lifting hearts, connecting minds. There will be read-alouds across HUSD, with Lauren Eden serving kind of as our flagship hub school this year. We are reading a book that exemplifies social emotional learning in schools, and welcome folks. I know some of you are volunteered to be readers in our schools. Thank you for doing that, and we welcome you to our school on Friday. March is Art is Education Month. I believe in the special presentations tonight, you heard the power of arts for students and the fact that we need to actually make sure that we open those opportunities for our students to express themselves, and we need to expand those opportunities for students. So here are some events that are happening this month in relation to that. And again, we want folks to take advantage of as much as possible. Last slide. Lastly, we do, as mentioned, have a family conference coming up at Bret Harte Middle School. So please mark your calendars for March 18th from 9 to 2. It is a free conference. It's focused on African-American, it's an African-American family conference, but we welcome anyone to join us for the day. We are excited about our guest speakers, and we'll be providing lunch and breakfast that day. As always, this is a way to contact us. These are different ways to contact us. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent Wu Fernandez. And just a note, based on the reach out email there, if you do email the board and the superintendent, we do have a protocol where if the board president answers, that'll suffice for the rest of the board. So it's not the rest of the board being silent on the matter. We like to consolidate the communication with the board, and if the superintendent answers, same deal as well. So you will not hear other replies to it. So just wanted to clarify that for the public. Item F, consent items. Please note the procedural order for items appearing on the consent agenda, which are normal operations that are usually voted on what is called an omnibus action. This means the board will vote once for all items appearing on this portion of the agenda labeled with the letter F. Because of the hybrid public access to this meeting, we'll first ask if there are any public speakers for consent items, and then note which items they'd like to speak to. Just a note, now will not be the time to offer comments, but later in the meeting when we return to pulled items. Reminding the board and community that the item F7B, McGrath Rent Corp, DBA Mobile Modular relating to the leasing properties at Cherryland Elementary have been withdrawn. Ms. Rodriguez, do we have any requests to pull items for consent from the public?
I'll need to check the hand raised online to see. Mr. Fobbs, were you interested in pulling a consent item for a public comment? Mr. Fobbs? Or present barring, I see another hand, one moment. Elena Lepe?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Elena Lepe. ¿Es sobre el punto de la agenda o puedo hacerlo general comentario?
Oh, no es comentario ahora, nada más es para ver si hay un agenda item que quiere hablar. Se quitan de consent.
Sorry, no he revisado la agenda, sorry, disculpe.
Ok, más adelante, por favor.
Gracias.
Gracias. Board President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Board, do you have any items to pull from consent? Trustee Rowden.
Yes, please. 8A and 11A.
For the record here, 8A, 11A, is that correct, Trustee Rodden? Thank you. Board members, any other items you'd like to pull?
That means we'll talk about it next time.
We're going to pull them outside of the consent items of the omnibus action. We'll vote on the omnibus action, and then those items we'll vote separately on. Trustee Okenda. Or, sorry.
Are you calling for a motion?
Oh, no, I thought you had a consent item to pull. No? Okay. Okay. Is there a motion on the floor with the current balance?
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Rowden, seconded by Trustee Prada. We are moving the balance minus items 8A and 11A.
And also 3 and 6.
Oh, so you want to pull 3 and C?
Yeah.
So F3 and FC for Mr. Ramos, F3, FC. Right? Wait, no, this is. Hold up. I think his is mislabeled. Let's see.
Can you speak to the title?
Yeah, can you say the title, Mr. Ramos?
Okay. The 3 is trustee out of state CSB credit.
F3, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And the second?
3 is
Oh, F5C. Sorry, F5C. There's where the confusion was.
So F3.
F3 and then F5C.
F5C, La Clínica de la Raza,
yeah, and also F6.
and the PIP.
All of 6? Oh, yeah. Okay.
F6.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Given the balance 8A, 11A, F3, F5C, and F6, I'm gonna have to ask for another motion because it's a new balance.
I'll motion.
All right, Clerk Ramos moves it. Is there a second in the room?
I'll second.
Seconded by Trustee Prada. I'll go and call for the vote. All those in favor of the current balance? All those opposed? We do not see Trustee Rowden. So right now it's a vote of 4-0-0-1, no vote for Trustee Rowden.
A not present vote, correct?
Not present, correct. Okay. Trustee Prada? Okay. Point of parliamentary privilege. I think we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute bathroom break. We'll return. The time is 9 o'clock. We'll return at 9:05. Everyone, thank you. We are re-adjourning from our parliamentary point of privilege there. Let's see here, item G, action items. The 6-step procedural order we will follow for action items is as follows. 1, staff presentation. 2, board questions. 3, public speakers. 4, call for the motion and second. 5, board deliberation on the motion. And 6, board vote with the exception to the first action item relating to student discipline, which was disclosed in closed session, and we'll call for the motion and vote. And we'll have interim superintendent report those actions when we get there. And we're there now. G1, student discipline.
Yes, Mr. Perfetti, I reported those actions out in the closed session report out. So this action has been completed. And this item actually has been completed. Yeah.
Thank you. Item G2, donations, Clerk Ramos.
Okay, good afternoon, Hayward. So we got G2 donations. And let me give you the historical background on this. So many parents and community members have in the past donated items to benefit the students of the Hayward Unified School District. Individual schools will forward the donation information to the Board of Education so that a formal acknowledgement may be included at the meetings and a letter of appreciation can be composed. The purpose, the Board of Education strongly appreciates and would like to acknowledge the generosity of parents and the community. Implementation will be as followed. So I'm going to list 4 donors. So the first one, if I say their name correctly, I think it's Schwan and Phaedra Muck. They donated a check in the amount of $362.96 for the Southgate Elementary. Let's hear a hand clap for them. All right. The next couple, or it might be an organization, is called Elite Translingo. They gave a check in the amount of $9.89.40 for Stonebray Elementary. Sarah, hand clap. We have 2 more. I think I'm saying it correctly. Satwant Singh and Kavaleen Kaur. They gave a check in the amount of $100 to Stonebray Elementary. Let's hear another hand clap. So it looks to me as like the parents at Southgate are, or I take it back, at Stonebray are reaching out to people and they're getting donations. That's very helpful. You might want to consider that for your school. The last one, the name is, I believe, Dong Chow, gave a check of not $100, but add another zero, $1,000 for Longwood Elementary. Let's get a handshake for them. So the recommendation is we accept these generous donations. A letter of thanks will be sent to the donors by members of the Board of Education, and we strongly encourage you to send a check to the school of your choice. And that's in Area 4 operational sustainability. It's got a check mark on it. God bless you all.
Thank you. Would you like to go ahead and move that item, Clerk Ramos?
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and emphatically second that. And as a former clerk, that was probably the most enthusiastic presentation of the donations ever. So thank you for that. Okay, go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Motion made by Clerk Ramos, seconded by myself. That brings us to item G3, 2023 ballot for CSBA Delegate Assembly. Staff?
It's not so much, thank you. So each December, the CSBA asks participating school boards for nominations to be added to the ballot that circles back around this time of year. And that's the process that we're at now for our subregion 7B. And this is for the delegate assembly, the one that Trustee Prada is currently sitting on and seeking re-election. There are 3 vacancies, if I'm not mistaken, and so we can vote up to 3 seats, including a write-in.
Okay, I'll go ahead and ask the board any questions on this item. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, are there any public speakers on this item?
No.
Okay, I'll go. Is there a call for the motion?
I would like to move, I do know all three of these trustees, Diane Jones, Sarah Prada, and Christy Wong, and I would like to move that we nominate all three.
I'll second that.
Moved by trustee Kenda, seconded by trustee Rowden. Any deliberation on this matter? Dr. Kenda, since you moved it, do you have any?
Sure, just that, of course, we love having one of our own trustees represent our Region 7. So that's an easy decision. And then also, again, I can vouch for the other two trustees as well, that I know that they will do a fantastic job representing our region.
Any other further deliberation or discussion? Okay, I plan to vote yes on this. So go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Again, that was Okenda, seconded by Rowden. B4, appoint Citizens Bond Oversight Committee member. Staff?
Thank you, President Buffetti. So staff are recommending the appointment of Dr. Ann E. Maris to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee as part of the local business community membership. So Dr. Maris has been a high school science teacher in a neighboring district, adjunct professor, lives in the community, and has previously participated in local tax oversight committees. And with the appointment, she'll then be able to attend our next Citizens Bond Oversight Committee scheduled for March 30th to participate on the committee.
Thank you. Board, any questions?
And with that, we'll still have one vacancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Any other questions, Trustee Rowden? Any other questions, board? Ms. Rodriguez, do any public speakers on this item? With that, is there a call for the motion? And moved by Clerk Ramos. Is there a second on the board?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Rowden. Any deliberation here? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Moved by Clerk Ramos, seconded by Trustee Rowden. That moves us to item G5, second interim financial report and certification. Mr. Guard.
Thank you, President Buffetti. So tonight, have a brief presentation regarding the second interim financial report. So it's a brief presentation because of the amount of time that we spent at our last board meeting regarding the holding a budget workshop, going into detail about our current financial position. And so if we go to the next slide, we'll go over where community can review our current and previous financial reports, go over timeline, details about the second interim, talk about next steps and takeaways. And so here we have the website where community can review current and previous quarterly financial reports. The most current one regarding the second interim financial report is also posted on the webpage. The next slide. One of the key things about this financial report is that it comes after the governor's budget proposal from January. And so this then formally incorporates that proposal to the subsequent fiscal years. And so it's updating the current year as well as the two subsequent years. The next key update would occur in May when the governor provides a revised proposal based on the input and negotiations that have occurred with the state assembly and state senate. And so we'll be waiting for that. And so just some quick highlights with the budget workshop that was held on February 15th, there has been no material change to our financial position. And so what this is doing is it's updating our current budget based on the certified state enrollment data, updates in staffing, and then the governor's budget proposal. So on the next slide, just providing some highlights about where we are. So compared to first interim, not a huge amount of changes, just updates, small updates to our revenues and expenditures. And then based on our unrestricted general fund, just a small update there that we'll get into on our next slide. So here with the state certified data on enrollment, that has provided a small uptick in our revenues. Still our financial position is hovering about 5% for the current year. One of the key things is if we go to the next slide is our multi-year projection. And so this is a key thing that the Alameda County Office of Education reviews based on the assessment of our financial position. And so here what's updated is based off of the governor's budget proposal. It's factoring in the 8.13% cost of living adjustment for next year. One of the things to just highlight is that the Legislative Analyst Office released an analysis that they have concerns over the revenue projections from the governor's budget proposal. And so that's something that we would need to continue to monitor. However, what's factored into our formal financials is based off of what the governor is proposing. And so based off of that cost of living adjustment of 8.13%, that increases our total reserves to over 9% next year, and then slightly downward to 8% in 24-25. And so if we go to the next slide, what that essentially means is, there's no material change to our financial position, but one of the things that's being assessed is it's based on our current financial obligations. And so any new financial obligations or any unanticipated reductions in funding would impact the reserve percentage that is currently being projected. However, aside from that, based on all of the financials, we would be submitting a positive certification to the Alameda County Office of Education for our second interim report. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Guard. Board, any questions? Trustee Rowden.
Can you expound on that a little bit? What you said they had some concerns about, what was it? And what are those, is that a big deal? What are the concerns?
Sure. So the Legislative Analyst Office, what they do is when the governor releases a proposal, they then assess that proposal for what they, if they concur with the projections, and they're the analyst office to the state assembly and state senate. And so they're advising the state assembly and state senate on revenue projections and strategies on utilizing the funds that they have. And so based on their assessment of where we are in the economy, they have concerns over the revenue projections from the governor. So they're anticipating that the revenue projections would actually come in lower. And so they're advising the state assembly and state senate on strategies to help mitigate that. One of the things is, the governor's office and the legislative analyst office, they typically differ on assessment and projections. And so it's what occurs over the next few months is as new information comes in, then projections are refined, and then ultimately what is factored into the state budget. So in short, they have concerns over the governor's budget proposal and are advising the state on strategies in the event that the governor's proposal does not materialize.
Any other questions from our board? None. Any speakers to this item from the public, Ms. Rodriguez? No. Okay, with that, is there a call for the motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by trustee Rowden. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by clerk Ramos. We are in deliberation. Trustee Rowden, since you moved it, do you have anything to say?
Well, no, and I appreciate the answer to the question. It's just the age-old question, how serious is it, you know, and how much and all of that, and how does it directly impact us, if at all? So I guess you can't, there's no crystal ball, so I get it. Yeah.
Okay, I don't think any more deliberations needed here. I'll go ahead and call for the vote.
I just would like to reiterate that because we had such a lengthy conversation about it before. I just, for the public's sake, want to refer back to last meeting that the board did have it just looks like we're passing a major budget without talking about it. So I want to note that for the record. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Dr. Arkenda, I guess I sometimes forget there are a lot of people watching this. So this was discussed heavily in our last meeting. So, and that is on YouTube if you do want to verify those claims. I will go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Again, moved by trustee Rowden, seconded by clerk Ramos. G6, board policy BPAR 1312.3, uniform complaint procedures, a second reading, also the second time in front of our board. Staff?
Yes, thank you, President Perfecte. In front of the board, you have the second reading of the BP 1312.3, which is our uniform complaint procedures. There was one suggested revision to the policy, which has been made and is attached for your review. The other suggestion was for us to look at protocols in terms of the form that we use as a district and potentially look at some of our surrounding districts and get some ideas around it. I believe that a revised form has been submitted to the board on Friday. We are going to be using the form that's in the California Department of Education sample complaint form. So we're consistent with that. And that is a form that we have now implemented for the uniform complaint policy. We do have Dr. Perez in the room tonight. She's our Director of Child Welfare and Attendance in case there are questions from the board around this policy.
Board, any questions? Vice President Dr. Kenda, go ahead.
I know the change was in purple. Can we go back to red, please? I think it's really difficult to see where that change has been. It took me a minute to find it myself. So is it possible to go? Is there a reason we did purple? No.
Michelle, will you mind going? Sorry, it's hard for the other folks to hear you.
Okay, I'm on. Okay. So good evening, board and president and cabinet. It was the change was done in red. It must have been a printing issue because it was submitted in red.
Any other board questions on this?
I just want to respond to Dr. Kenna. Going forward, it will be in red so that the board would have an easier time finding it.
And the public, I think, as well.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And I did want to make a comment about the uniform complaint page that we're going to submit. I just want to make sure that it's clear to everybody that I've always accepted and we should continue to accept any complaint in any form. It doesn't have to be submitted on a complaint form. It can be on a napkin and we'll still take it if somebody wants to or has a complaint that they would like to submit to our district. It does not have to be on a complaint form. It can be submitted in any form as long as it's assigned either email or, letter or, whatever. But legally it has to be signed, but it can be in any form.
Thank you. I think we appreciate and the public appreciates that clarification. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, are there any public speakers on this item? No public speakers, so it looks like we are going to call for the motion. Anyone like to move this item?
Yeah.
Moved by Clerk Ramos. Is there a second?
One second.
Seconded by Trustee Prada. We are now in deliberation. Clerk Ramos, do you have anything you want to share about this item? No? Okay. If there's anyone else, I think I'll go ahead and call for the vote. I think I can read the room of what's happening. Okay, I'll go and call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Again, that was Clerk Ramos, seconded by Trustee Prada. Item H, informational and discussion items. The 4-step procedural order we will follow for informational and discussion items is as follows. 1, staff presentation. 2, board questions and comments. 3, public speakers. And 4, board direction if applicable. Item H1, A-Bar mid-year report, Ed Services.
Thank you, President Buffette. This evening, we will be presenting the Anti-Bias, Anti-Racism Mid-Year Report. And as background for the report, the mid-year report will be the equity and anti-racism are the district's core values. Hayward Unified does not condone hate or racism and understands there continues to be work done to fight against it. We're dedicated to doing this work to create safe and respectful spaces for all. Hayward Unified School District is determined to develop and revise systems, practices, policies that promote opportunities for success, regardless of race, language, sexual orientation, zip code, or any other factor. This evening, we will present the mid-year report of our anti-bias and anti-racism policy, Board Policy 0415 and 0415.1. This informational item will be presented by Dr. Candace Cofield, and this mid-year report includes the areas of centering our students, ethnic studies, equity oversight committee, and culturally responsive events highlighting the first semester of the school year. So Dr. Cofield, thank you.
Hello again, Board and Executive Cabinet. Again, I'm Dr. Candace Cofield, and AOSA for Equity and Anti-Racism, and I'm here to share an update on our policies implementation. Given the current context of our equity and anti-related problems in our district. We have a disproportionality in our outcomes when it comes to our academics, discipline, and special education referrals. We have some curricular cultural dissonance with the prevalence of traditional curricular practices that are not responsive to the cultural community we serve. And there's ongoing racial and identity-based harm. For example, reports of racial slurs and harmful bias with inconsistent methods of response. Additionally, after collecting 2 years of student survey data, we found an insufficient amount of school time spent addressing race, culture, and bias, and too few students feeling as valued members of the community. As you can see on this slide, less than half of our elementary students report addressing these topics in their classroom, a little bit more than half in our secondary classrooms. And when asked if they feel like they're valued members of our society, there's a little bit more than half at the elementary level, but less than half at the secondary level. So what can we do about these problems? We can foster identity affirmation and cross-cultural understanding amongst all our students and staff to value their own identities while appreciating the differences around them. We can offer opportunities for students and staff to explore how they want to use their voice to lead efforts that promote equity and anti-racism in our community. And we can support the emotional and mental wellness of our students and staff in doing this work. Therefore, our ongoing overall strategy is community cultural responsiveness, when we better understand our similarities, respect our differences, and we do that by engaging in culturally responsive practices. We have 4 overlapping strategies that we're using to promote equity and anti-racism in our district. We're providing direct service to our students, expanding identity-affirming courses, supporting our instructors, and looking at ways to address our entire system as a school district. For example, in providing direct service to our students, that's primarily taking place through study trips through our SLAY program, which stands for our Student Leaders for Equity and Anti-Racism. We take This general approach that you see on the screen, where we engage our students with ABAR ideas and offer suggestions about how best to address them. That's the nature of their pre-task. Then students are invited to a pre-meeting with a supporter who's our therapist to discuss the pre-task and take that conversation a little bit deeper. That expert is well-versed in both anti-racism and social emotional learning. We then build community, connection, and attend an identity-affirming event. And after that event, students are incentivized to actually not only say what that how that event impacted them, but also to circle back to the original idea related to ABAR and the conversations that we had. What you see on the screen is an example of our most recent study trip where we took students to a Black History musical. And there's one quote from a student at the bottom right who said, "I really love the show and how it explained how Black history is not slavery, but it's a lot of people that are Black that are king and queens and inventors and many more. It made me feel happy. They showed us that Black people made a lot of things. I learned a lot of things I didn't know. Thanks for taking us." That's just one student's comment. There are many more. So in the next few slides, you'll see examples of how we're making sure that we address all the major cultural groups in our district. We kicked off the year celebrating Indigenous Heritage Acknowledgement and Study. And again, I would like to point out, we are intentionally connecting ABAR concepts to these study trips, so that's not just a field trip. Next slide. So the same for Latinx Heritage Acknowledgement and Study with Dia de los Muertos and Latinx read-ins. And at the end of this month, we're looking forward to Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, and Lemon Grove integration events. As I've mentioned before, lots of activities this previous month around Black Heritage Acknowledgement and Study, but that didn't just go on in February. It also happened earlier in the year with Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day events. And again, our ABAR concepts this time was extending our microaggression conversation into how do we address these in productive and healing ways. In May, we are planning another study trip, and this time our focus will be on anti-Asian hate, how to be allies and conspirators in solidarity. So those are examples of how we bring direct service to our students. Our second strategy is to enhance and support our courses that are identity affirming. So we've had Puente for a long time in our district with supports on focusing our Mexican American and Latinx students. We've had foundational ethnic studies courses in our district. We are working with Liberated Ethnic Studies Curriculum Consortium to shore those up and to also extend and create an Ethnic Studies US History course that will be upcoming, and encouraging the development of more courses like Sankofa, which uses Blackness as an entry point into talking about ethnic studies as a true ethnic studies pedagogy and curriculum. We're also providing multiple forms of support to build capacity with our students' educators. We've had our instructional framework for a long time, which gives us foundational guidance on our general best practices for instruction. We've had our deeper learning network where colleagues collaborate to explore practice and are applying ABAR and SEL. But we've taken our work with the instructional framework deeper in the last 2 years with our study of cultivating genius, which is written by Dr. Goldie Muhammad, who gives us a little bit more insight into what it means to create a culturally responsive environment. As I mentioned earlier, we also have a book study around teaching for Black lives, and we've made sure that we continue to provide our mandatory ABAR for all new staff, but also offer some voluntary PD as well. In terms of impacting our system, we continue to work in our Equity Oversight Committee to analyze and update policies with our equity lens. And we are extending the work of that committee to provide oversight for ABAR in our district with new subcommittees to update our policy guidance that impacts our practices and ensures that we have student, staff, and family voice at the table. We've also updated our site planning template for the SIPs of this year with an enhanced intentional connection to matters concerning equity and anti-racism, again, with student, staff, and family voice at the table. And as we've heard this evening, in HUSD, our Black students and families in particular are experiencing various forms of anti-Blackness and haven't had a designated funding stream to address this. So this year is the first year that we've designated unrestricted funds towards African-American programming to support one of our student groups furthest from opportunity. Each of our schools receive up to $5,000 to address the identified needs of African American and Black students at their sites. So in sum, our project is definitely in progress. Obviously, we've heard this evening there's much work to do. And as we continue to deepen our work, we are going to continue with these 4 strategies to provide direct student impact, course intentionality, support to shift adult practices, and holding an equity lens on our systems. In the second semester, we will be hosting listening sessions with our students, teachers, and counselors to extend the work that we've been doing for years now to develop a fully baked racial complaint process. We're also going to host listening sessions around our instructional leader impact and ABAR implementation. In terms of data-driven planning, we have a lot of data on hand that we can analyze with our equity lens in terms of IoT feedback, our ABAR pilot projects, the spring panorama survey, and the data that we're collecting around our racial complaint process. And with that, by the time we analyze all of that data, we'll be able to update our end of the year report and also consider additional metrics beyond those that we're already collecting. With that, I thank you for listening to this presentation and hearing how we're continuing to move the work of equity and anti-racism forward in HUSD.
Thank you, Dr. Cofield. That brings us to our second step in this procedural order, board questions and comments. Do we have any board questions or comments? Trustee Rowden, go ahead.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was great. And it's impressive in what you're doing and everything. When you survey elementary kids, how many, how do you choose? And how do you make them even understand the question? I'm thinking when they're that young and down, like, say, I don't know, first grade, second grade. How do you ask them if they feel comfortable in their classroom and all of that? How does that work?
I might need some support in answering the logistics of how the panorama surveys are distributed.
So for the panorama surveys, we've been giving them during the class period in the classroom. This past spring, we administered the survey within the class period and our teachers supported us. For some of the conversations that we have with the younger students, we would do more of a smaller group or have the students just tell their stories.
Yeah, I was just curious to know how it works, because when I think about younger students, the teacher is working very hard to implement these things into their classroom. And yet you can turn to the kid sometimes and say, did you learn thus and so? And they'll go, no, and I was just wondering if there had been any of that.
Would it be helpful if I shared the types of questions they were asked?
Yeah, okay. It would be. I'd be just curious to see what some of that looks like.
Okay.
And the other comment that I had, or question, is as I look at what you're doing in terms of field trips and studies and so forth, and so I think it's absolutely wonderful, because it's so important that kids understand from whence they've come and what their cultural background is, and appreciate it and be proud of it and all of that. I wondered if you have also activities, or if you plan on having activities where they cross-pollinate with each other, Does that question make sense? Yeah. What does that look like?
Maybe I'll answer that one first, because that's a little bit shorter, but basically they do cross-pollinate. And so we don't take only Black students to the Black History musical.
They do, okay.
There's so much to share that unfortunately I had a whole nother Padlet that I could have shown you, but that's the beauty of the work, is that there is no one singular type of student who attends these experiences. And we emphasize the fact that that's something we value and that's something important. And that's why we want to do this collectively. Yeah.
Great.
Some of the questions that, came from the data that I was showing on about that third slide, in terms of cultural awareness in action. How often do adults or staff encourage you to learn about people from different races or backgrounds? How often do you think about what someone of a different race or background experiences? How confident are you that students at your school can have honest conversations with each other about race? At your school, how often are you encouraged to think more deeply about race-related topics? How comfortable are you sharing your thoughts about race-related topics with students at your school?
Great, great. And
Yeah.
what grade level was that you just read?
Grades 3 through 5.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Trustee Rowden. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yeah.
Clerk Ramos, go ahead.
Okay. As you were talking about questions, first question would be, what do you think that the youth need to think about as far as their culture? What should, or what do they need to learn that they're not learning right now? And as far as the school district goes.
I mean, the summary I would say is a more complete history. And also not just history, but a more complete story about who they really are. So for example, many of the students on my Padlet who went on the study trip said basically they really only learned about Black people during February. And that's typically Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. So that's what I mean by like not only addressing Blackness during February, but also telling full complete stories. Not like Black people were the first to do this and we stop the story there. It would be, what are some issues going on right now facing Black people? So that's what I mean by more of a complete picture and a complete story and a complete history.
Okay, that sounds good. That was like from your perspective. What do you think the students would say they need to learn? Or they would like to learn?
I don't think it would be that much different than what I said. Maybe adding, they would probably comment more on the method of delivery. So that is more engaging, exciting, experiential, project-based, action-oriented. I think that's what they would probably speak more to than the content.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Trustee Prada?
Thank you for the presentation. That was really good. I loved hearing the quote from the students and also the imagery of some of the events that you guys have taken them to. I had a question about in the section about capacity building with educators. So is there data on how impactful the capacity building has been for the past couple of years?
Yeah, so I don't have it on my slide deck right here, but the same panorama survey was not only given to students, it's given to staff and to families as well. And so staff have self-reported some numbers. I can definitely provide those to you as well. There's always more data that we can collect, but we do have 2 years where we can compare and also see. I think it's important to see, are we getting better at it or are we getting worse? And if so, what shifts do we need to make?
And my other question was about the survey being taken by the students. So in like an ideal scenario, having it taken in the classroom, that a safe classroom where a child feels safe, it's ideal, to take the survey and have an honest response. Do we have anything for when the children who feel like their classrooms may not be safe spaces for taking this type of survey? Because there's been an incident where there was an administrator who was seen as a disciplinary in the room with the students as they took like a panorama. I don't know if it was a panorama, but a student climate survey. And their teacher wasn't there in that incident, but the person was walking back and forth and everything. And it's shown like if a student doesn't feel like safe in their environment, there's a difference in the data that's collected. And so I'm just wondering, is there multiple ways for for us to collect that data?
I wouldn't say right now, baked into the plan of administering the panorama survey, that's a consideration. So thank you for bringing that up. But I would say that's not the only data that we're looking at in terms of how are we faring with our ABAR work. I think it's important to triangulate data as well. We have the panorama data. We also have obviously the CHICS data, which is limited, but also every year we've been able to leverage our partnership with West Ed to get qualitative data. So we will be having some focus groups with students as well this year. And I think it's going to be important to triangulate all those 3 data points, but also work with the EOC to continue to talk about what are some good metrics.
Vice President, Dr. Kenda.
Yeah, thank you very much. I always look forward to this report and learning more about what you all are doing. I know with the SLAY program and all, other consulting groups that we bring in to support our students, what is the strategy for building those up, for getting more engagement of students, for bringing more students in, for adding more programming over summer, after school, weekends, et cetera? Is there anything in the works around that?
So one nice thing for us is the SLAY program did evolve from us working with a consultant, and that we transitioned that work into HUSD's work this year. So we're no longer working with a consultant, but still doing the work and growing the program. This year we have more participants, and we're very happy to see that we're getting a wider variety of students from across the district. And we do want to continue to grow that program, which would include, doing outreach, having some of the students give some testimonials so that then maybe their peers will also want to engage. And as we showcase all of the students' work, their pre-work before they go on the study trip, the feedback that they're giving us, it will definitely give us a full package for other students to see and to engage in. And then some of the other work that we're doing, we are moving a lot of the work, beginning the work with consultants, but also shifting to building our own team capacity, and then building our the participants in the programming that we're offering their capacity. And as we think about opportunities for our students over the summer, we do have planned a rather robust summer programming that does include activities for the K-12 experience. So we have some camps, some engaging science and STEAM activities planned for students. And then for middle school, we have some other science and technology plans for them. And then for our high schoolers, of course, we're going to support them with recovering credits. So we do have plans and programs available for our students that will engage them in this work that we're building capacity for our staff to hold.
Yeah, I remember visiting when Dr. Cofield's daughter, I think, was at Dr. Fisher's program, and I was there for a brief time and I wanted to stay the whole day. It was wonderful programming, so I'm really happy we're offering that. My second question is related to recent events and the opportunity this presents as we're trying to build capacity for cultural competence with our teachers, looking at what curriculum and supplemental materials are brought in. And I know there is an existing process, but it might be an opportunity, of course, to look at that and see if there aren't things we need to add to expedite if there is any hate speech in the class or whatever, for whatever reason, right? Are you all looking at the opportunity presented for trying to fill those gaps, if you will?
We definitely are doing that. We do have board policy around supplemental materials, and we're engaging in reviewing those policies, as well as looking out to see what other curriculum and supplemental materials we can bring into our district that have been either recommended to us by experts in the field, some of our allies in the field, and as well as that are grade level and content specific for our schools.
Okay, sorry, President Buffetti, a few more. I know that a big portion of the anti-racism policy is about accountability, and there's a whole thing around that. And so I understand that part of being able to hold people accountable is first setting them up with support and education and information first. And I know the trainings have been a big part of that, but I'm curious now what you see are the next steps for what happens when adults are doing XYZ that is not in alignment with our values and commitments. So can you speak to that, where you see that process heading?
we have been working with our Equity Oversight Committee to shift some of our work and some of our focus. And some of that work does include looking at some of the policy that includes the accountability section and really working towards building our staff, building that capacity with our staff. And as we see, additional support needed to offer that. And then when we're seeing on the other side that things are not working and that things are happening, or things that are happening that might not be appropriate, to address them using our own district process of, finding out, reaching out, listening, hearing, and then offering additional support or working with our human resources department to ensure that we're doing the right thing by our students.
Okay, thanks. You answered that a little bit because it was, how are you supporting leaders in that process? So just two more questions regarding the racial complaint process. When do you all plan to have that ironed out and ready to bring forward?
So this has been 3 years in the works, and the first year was a lot of support from a work group. Last year, we listened to our administrators and our leaders and our families. And this year, we're listening to our teachers, counselors, and students. And by the time we have all of that input, we will come up with a fully baked recommendation on what a real racial complaint process should be for our district.
So next year, you think it'll come next school year?
Well, at least by the end of this, when I produce the end of year report, there will be a recommendation embedded in that report.
Fantastic, thank you. And the last question, the $5,000 per school site for supporting our Black students. I might be saying that wrong. $5,000 for programming, or each site gets
African, we called it African American programming.
African American programming. Thank you. Is there like a menu that schools? Okay, so and then how is that going to be monitored? Because I know a lot of schools are, the option to have funding for like acai, but not all of them take advantage of that. So how is this going to ensure that that $5,000 is spent and monitored and all of that?
Yeah, so we created a template that gives the background, describes the purpose, and describes a recommended process to develop a proposal. So all the schools have a template that helps walk them through ideas about how to spend the $5,000. There's even a sample budget, but also there's a list of vendors that are HUSD friendly and who are culturally responsive. And so the process is for schools to submit a proposal. That proposal is reviewed, analyzed for major themes so we can keep track of the types of things that are happening for African American programming. Schools get an award letter. The funds are released and they're asked to upload evidence of the impact so that we can really assess what is working for our Black families and our students and what is not. For the schools that have yet to spend the money, we continue to reach out to them and provide support, even give them straightforward ideas. Like last month, it was, hey, you haven't spent your $5,000 yet. It's Black History Month, a great way to use the funds. There's Juneteenth, there's lots of ideas, and I make myself available to support any site that needs support around making sure that those funds are used this school year.
Okay, thank you for expanding on all of that. I know it's all important information, so that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions myself. I guess building off of the $5,000, stipend for each site. If I'm a parent and I wanted to see how those funds were spent at my child's school, where's a place for me to see that kind of transparency, or are we documenting that?
I can't speak to how schools themselves are making that information available. I know every part of the process asks that schools involve families so that they are aware of what's going on. But I myself have collected all of the proposals. I'm keeping track of all the award letters and all of the themes. And I'm also encouraging all the schools to make sure that they show us the impact so that we know the funds were spent in the way that they were planned.
Yeah, and I think just off of that, I think it is important to kind of maybe have it more of a transparent process. So when they ask where this is spent, we can go exactly to where it was spent and what programs were offered and when whatnot. Building off of that, looking at this presentation, I think it's obviously it's valuable work that we're doing, and a lot of students are addressed, a lot of staff, but I don't see much stuff specifically for parents or the community. And you see it tonight where, when events of hate occur or allegedly occur, you see the entire community hurt, right? It's not just the students and staff. I guess what are we doing to further expand, professional training or even just offerings of, culturally competent programming for our community at large?
Yeah, I know there's always much more that we can do. Currently, I would say we're working within the structures that we have, utilizing our family engagement specialists, taking any invitation from sites to speak and share and get input from families through coffee with the principal or ELAC meetings. There's also family voice involved in the SIPSA process and in our equity oversight currently, but there's definitely always more opportunity to further involve our families.
Thank you. Oh, Clerk Ramos, go ahead.
Okay, earlier you mentioned, I think it was called African American. I didn't hear the rest of it. The class, is that open to all students or is it just African American students?
No, and that's again the beauty of the class. I have another Padlet that can show you some pictures of the students that are in the Sankofa class. I think that's what you're referring to, who, by the way, are all passing the course at Mount Eaton right now, which is very exciting. And it's very, very heartening to see the diversity in the class. I don't even think the majority of the class are African American. So that class is definitely open to everyone, as it should be, as all our cultural programming courses should be.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And I actually want to just give one piece of direction after hearing that. I think one of the things that we find most valuable is building allyship in situations like this. So hearing that, I think that's definitely a direction we want to build upon is allyship. So if I can emphasize that, I think that's definitely something we can all agree on. If you guys agree with that as well, I think building allyship is so important for this work. So board, any other questions, even direction you want to throw out there? Trustee Product, go ahead.
So with the Sankofa course, is there a possibility of like expanding that out and having it, like Puente or Avid, be that for, in our district, having with further support, with like funding and such, really building out. I know like right now you're piloting it and stuff. Is that kind of where you are looking to go? Or because I know that there's definitely an ask from students to bring something like that to our district, and there's definitely a need. So I'm just wondering if that's like a part of the plan, the future plan.
That would be exciting to definitely. That was the original intention of the course, and so I'm glad to see that it's active. There's a teacher, there are diverse students, they're doing well. I think we can definitely reach out to support the site to expand it and make it the cohort model that we know works well for students.
And what type of support would you need from us to help in expanding that so that we can bring it to the level of Avid and Puente?
The support that we would need would be to continue to ask and reference the voices of the students and their request for different courses. And then to recognize that as we look at our full battery of courses for all of our students, that we need to continue to focus on courses that would engage students specifically to continue their growth. So we would ask you all to continue to work with us to look at the master schedule, the master course catalog, and to continue to engage in supporting courses that would come forward that would look like the course you just described.
Yeah, Trustee Rowden has a question.
Right now, as students enroll in Sankofa, and then it shows up in their transcript, what category does that fill?
It's a G college elective, and
Okay.
that was also intentional to make sure that our students are getting college prep credits for taking that course.
Okay. All right. GE, general. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thanks. I was curious.
Clerk Ramos.
Yeah, I was listening to what you're saying. I was thinking, would this fall under like ethnic studies or something like that, some way? Or could it?
Oh, definitely, yes, because they're using pedagogy connected to ethnic studies and content for sure.
So what would it take to do that, that category?
Yeah, so all courses that can meet the standard of a true ethnic studies course. Thank you to the work of our ethnic studies committee that has been meeting for 2 years. They've developed a rubric that would help a course get the designation as an ethnic studies course to meet our graduation requirements.
How can I get more information about that rubric?
It's in the report, but I'm happy to put it at the top of everyone's email and make it available again.
Thank you.
Any other board questions, comments?
I mean, something that, I mean, just to kind of build off of what Ms. Prado was saying, I'd never heard of the program called Sankofa. I don't think it exists at Tennyson, right?
Correct.
Is there like a timeline for like bringing that to Tennyson? Because you said it's piloted at Mount Eden, right?
Correct. So it would just have to follow the process of any course going through our protocols to be available to more than one site. So when the course was originally proposed, it was proposed for multiple sites, but the final decision at that time was for it to only be a Mount Eden course. So perhaps it was ahead of its time, or maybe we need to see how well the course could run. And so now might be a better time to kind of sorry, I'm tired. to bring that back up to the top and revisit expanding Sankofa to more than just Mount Eden High School.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think that would be good. I think that'd be great. I mean, I participated in Puente for the last 4 years, and I know that programs like that really make you proud to say, you know, like I'm an African American or I'm a Chicano. It's very like, you know, inspiring, and it's great to be able to be in an environment where where you feel valued and you're learning about yourself and you're reading literature by people that lived the same experiences that you did. You know, it's really, it's stuff that doesn't happen in normal classrooms, sadly, all too often. So if we could just give that experience to more people from many different ethnicities, I think that would have been something great. So yeah.
Thank you for adding student voice to that. And I think that will also better position us to expand it. Now that real students have taken the course, they also can give the same type of feedback that it's worth expanding. So thank you so much.
Trustee Rowden.
So my mind's been kind of racing here as you've been speaking, and you were talking about summertime projects and summer camps and things like that. It's not here yet, but it will be soon. And I really encourage you to see how you can leverage the use of our wonderful new Performing Arts Center for projects like that. Especially, I can see it, you know, Black theater workshops in the summertime. It would be just marvelous.
Great point.
And I'd like to see the thing built busy all the time. So yeah.
Me too.
Okay, any other board comments? Questions? Okay, sounds like we are completed. Oh, sorry. Public comment, item 3, step 3.
You have public comments.
Thank you, Dr. Cofield.
No public comments. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cofield.
Yeah, I do have cards. I have 3 in front of me for this item, and I have folks online. And again, this is for the Equity and Anti-Racism Mid-Year Report. Charles Jones, Alexandra Sladoff, Sarah Lamnin.
Is this a 2-minute timer or a 1-minute timer? It's a 2-minute timer.
Charles Jones, Tennyson High School Social Studies Department Chair and HIA representative. I wanted to bring up that ASAI is an incredibly important program, and the coordinator at the sites is important. So I would strongly suggest that that should be a fully funded and paid for position by the district instead of having to come out of discretionary funds from the sites, or like my site where we're having to fight over DPs, and that's one of the ones we're going over. One period is not enough in a day for a program that is this important, and it shouldn't be coming out in that way. The other thing that I want to bring up too is the intersectionality of how important these types of things are. For example, 50% of California LGBT youth say that schools are a safe haven for them. 50%, only 30% say that at home. They also don't see themselves as often in these histories, especially queer youth of color. For example, my students love learning about Reconstruction. It's one of their favorite spots that they learn about, but they don't really hear about it before high school in some cases. Or the Harlem Renaissance. It's almost always, it feels like Civil War, 1960s on, and that's not right. And when we do cover those areas, we leave out that like Bernard Rustin, who was a gay Black man, helped set up the March on Washington, or the fact that Huey Newton of the Black Panthers spoke out and gave speeches in the 1970s in favor of the gay liberation movement. These pieces are important and they're left out quite often of this history. And so our queer youth of color need to see themselves in our curriculum and our materials if we're going to be culturally responsive. It's important to make sure that the staff has the materials that they need to be able to make that a possibility and to see that history throughout the year. To actually quote the California Educator, which I got this from, this month says, this article is celebrating Black lives at school. Inclusion matters in February and all year round. And that's an important thing to recognize. I really encourage you to read this article and check it out. It gives ideas on how to do that, but I just wanted to bring this forward. Thank you.
Alexandra?
Hello, I'm Alexandra Sladoff. I've gotten to address the board before for ABAR training and things like that because we get to do, we've done presentations for Indigenous Heritage Month, which has been such a blessing. Most recently, we got to add in a Filipino American or Filipino Heritage Month in October, and we're looking forward to doing that again next year and hoping that we can make it a bigger thing in this district. I literally have students who are already talking about what they want to do, as well as adding in other days. I mean, it seems like almost every week my students come to me saying, did you know it's this? And I'm like, no. And getting to study that and kind of honor that throughout the year, I think is so important. We had Korean American Day a couple weeks ago, which, you know, I didn't know that much about. And so as a class, we all got to learn and we all got to research. And, you know, it's been a journey for me as well, kind of student-led journey, which has been so wonderful to get the opportunity to have them help me open my eyes to new cultures, new experiences, new traditions. So, you know, I mean, I think we're really blessed. Today we studied for International Women's Day. We got to study about Molly Williams, who some of you may know was the first ever female firefighter, African-American, and, you know, a true hero. And so my kids spent the day playing Molly on the play yard, like literally their kids were pretending to put out fires. And one of the girls was like, I'm going to be Molly Williams when I grow up. And I was like, I love that. You know, I mean, just finding that passion and, you know, her being able to see herself, you know, in the lessons. And, you know, we've done lessons on voter suppression. I actually reached out to Ms. Prada and Mr. Buffette, who are our two candidates. I'm happy to report that Sarah Prada won state senator and you won AG, so that was good. But, you know, it was a really amazing opportunity to teach the kids about what voter suppression is and why it's such a big deal.
I love all of that. That was great. And I'm so excited about all this work. Thank you so much for what you're doing, for what you've done so far. And I think this is a great opportunity to overshare. Talk about what these statements are, talk about, you know, make it easy for people to find what this work looks like, what this timeline looks like. In the same way that I've said to some of you about oversharing what the response is to things at Mount Eden, in the same way, this is all that same conversation. How do we keep community safe? So there's great work here. Thank you. The policy review items, you know, what does that look like? What does that timeline look like? It's questions in the community. And I think it's a really good opportunity to be able to respond to that with this great work that's happening. It also occurs to me wearing my hard hat, my hat, that there's an opportunity for cross-pollination between camp staff. So if you're doing camps and Hard is doing staff, what can we do to perpetuate this safety and this awareness, not just in the academic setting, but in the recreation setting as well? And to your point, I think President Buffette about the community being involved. So, you know, as we look at and as the comment was made about intersectionality, even something like the Holocaust, well, sure, it impacted Jews. Of course it did. Also impacted the LGBT community and immigrant communities and so on. And so no one thing is anybody's one story, and nor is any one story all of a thing about a community. And so I think there's a real opportunity to perhaps follow a model that's in Castro Valley, but to do it in our own Hayward way of a community alliance where community members really have that opportunity to be a voice, be a resource for teachers who may be talking about whatever awareness month it is, but also to be a place in a sandbox to talk about, okay, we've received a complaint about X, here's what we know about it, here's what we're going to do about it, and here's how we. Thanks.
Moving to our online environment, we may not have time to hear from everyone. The first three speakers are Rosemary Vasquez, Maria del Carmen Espinosa, and Sabrina Aranda. Rosemary, your line's been unmuted. Line open, but we don't hear you speaking. Are you on the English channel by chance? Huh. So I will mute that line and move on to Maria del Carmen Espinosa.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
I can, go right ahead.
Hi, this is Maria del Carmen Espinosa. And that presentation, it was so beautiful. It looked like we were all kumbaya and holding hands and running in the fields together and just having the time of our lives. But as we all know, and our reality is, you guys all saw it in the beginning of the public comments, there's a lot of racism going on. There's a lot of hate happening here within the HUSD community. And I'm wondering, how can we, I don't know, implement or show our students at a young age what consequences are, and the ripple effect that it does as you get older, and what you leave, the footprint that you leave. Because, today I found out that there was a swastika written in the boys' bathroom in one elementary school. I won't name the elementary school, but it's a shame that it's already happening at such a young age. And that's going to cause a ripple effect. If one person does it, then all the other kids think that they can do it, whether they know what it means or they don't know what it means. We need to start teaching our kids consequences. That includes for adults. If an adult is doing something bad, something is wrong, then have them be held accountable. And that's the same thing as with children. We have to start teaching them the ripple effect, what the consequences are, and how can you implement that in your presentation, or what it is that you're going to teach to the kids, to the elementary kids. It all starts at a young age. You have older siblings that are teaching their little brothers and sisters good and bad. And so we have to start teaching the young children what bad is bad, what wrong is wrong, and what right is right, and what their actions mean and what the consequences are. Thank you.
Jenna, is it okay for me to go?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, Board of Trustees and the Hayward community. Thank you for this presentation. As we've heard this evening from the community of teachers and parents, this ABAR work is critical. First, I want to shout out the individuals and our school staff who organized many of these ABAR opportunities, such as the Ruby Bridges walks that were organized by the Family Engagement Specialist team. Second, I want to ask how we are ensuring that all of our staff are attending the ABAR training. A volunteer training will not address the inequities that we are experiencing in the district. 2 years ago, we had district-wide ABAR training that leaders were being trained on and asked to lead the teams. And although it was difficult, it was needed and was helpful to shift mindsets. This was training between both classified and credentialed staff. This year, the training is volunteer. I also believe that this is critical that we continue to invest in our internal staff skills around equity and ABAR training so that we can continue this work beyond the contractual agreements, and it can and will live in our district for years to come. Third, I would like to ask, how are we involving our community and our parents in this work beyond the survey and selected audience to attend equity meetings? We know that students' first teachers are their parents and their homes are their first schooling. And so this is critical that we involve them in this process, as Mr. Buffetti asked. First, and then fourth, how are we addressing and including content for the LGBTQIA community and not only focusing on race, but all inequities in this race, and racism? Thank you. I yield my time.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity again. My computer was not working. My name is Rosemary Vasquez. I'm the Family Engagement Specialist at Cherryland Elementary, and this is a absolute, wonderful thing that we have at HUSD. Thank you, Dr. Cofield, for your leadership. I have enjoyed immensely being part of your team. I do ask that we do take a little bit more time into researching and figuring out how to include our parents, our community as a whole, but especially the parents are at the elementary level. We can talk to the kids until we're blue in the face, but we are saying one thing at the school and they're hearing something else at home. Those conversations need to match, and not necessarily we're going to be successful about it. But I think we're going to need to start those conversations. We're doing more harm than good by just addressing it at the school. The kids have two ways to go. Either they believe what their school is saying and believe that their teachers are saying, and therefore their parents are wrong, and that is incorrect. Or they believe what their parents are saying and the school is incorrect. Either way, it is detrimental to the students and to their lives. So please, let's take more opportunities to train our staff to make sure that we have those conversations in the parent resource centers, in the family resource centers, and the parent centers everywhere where parents are, so that way we can have those conversations be meaningful and our kids' lives and minds, extend the way they're supposed to. Thank you. And I'm glad that these conversations to include the community are being talked about. Thank you, Mr. Buffetti, for spearheading. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Go ahead.
Yes, so I just like to thank you, Dr. Cofield, for all the staff for all of the work they have done at Stonebray and throughout the district. Thank you. I would also love to see included LGBTQ plus families into this work. I believe I have talked to Mrs. Reed, Heidi Reed. She's helping me organize, and I think the support is not there. So I would love for her to join me into including also LGBTQ families throughout the district. Thank you for the board for supporting this cause. I really appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Yours?
Hello, my name is Data Fix Rogers. I'm speaking again on anti-Semitism in Mount Eden. I'd like to start with I want to start with I agree with the students and I agree with the staff and admin that this shouldn't be a student issue. This shouldn't be a issue that is brought to students. So let's look at how we got here. We got here because after 2 months of complaints from teachers, nothing was done. It took 2 weeks of complaints or 2 months of complaints and nothing was done. And so, yeah, after that long, it does reach students' ears and students start complaining about it. And look at what happens when students start complaining about it and when the media gets involved and when it gets escalated, it actually gets dealt with. That makes me think, oh no, there wasn't a process They were waiting. They didn't do anything.
Excuse me, point of order. This is an item specific, or the comments are opened up specific to the item at hand.
Oh,
So if you
I'm
can,
so sorry.
yeah, if you could speak to the anti-racism, anti-bias item that's in front of us, we can speak to that. But we are going to return to general public comment at a later portion of the meeting. So we do want to hear you if you do want to speak at a general public comment. So
Totally. Thank you so much. I thought this was the public comment. My mistake.
no worries. Thank you.
Elena Lepe.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Elena Lepe. Soy padre de la comunidad y con la organización El Puente Comunitario. A mí me gustaría más ver inclusión para todos. No crear competencias de culturas, porque las competencias eso ha sido una confusión que muchos, incluyendo padres, ¿verdad? Entonces yo creo que sería mejor más educación, workshop, talleres para los padres, incluir surveys, también para los estudiantes, tener más material de soporte. Y yo también quería dar el soporte para usar el block grant, no específicamente para cierta área, sino que hacerlo abierto para todos. Por si no lo usan en una área, usarlo para el otro grupo, por ejemplo, LGBTQIA+, para la transición a soporte en varios aspectos como es la transición a salud mental, recursos, y también usar el block grant para diferentes soporte de educación de antirracismo, de educación cultural y todo lo que respecta a eso. Esa es mi opinión y también nos gustaría hacer un poquito más de colaboración con todos los padres y todos los estudiantes y los newcomers. Ese es mi comentario. Muchas gracias.
Hi, my name is Elena Lepe, and I'm a representative of the Latin community and especially the program Puente Comunitario. I would like to ask for more inclusion for everybody and not so much to have a competition between different cultures. So for example, more educational workshops for more people, including parents, more surveys for students, and maybe use the funds included in the block grant, not only for this area, but also to use for other groups that are not represented enough, like the LGBTQ+ community, and also very importantly for mental health issue. Additionally, I would like to say that the block grant funds, if they're not used for certain areas, they could be used for other areas, invoking more collaboration and more help for the newcomers and the English learners in particular. Thank you very much.
Lord President, you have the floor.
Thank you. And just a reminder to that speaker that spoke for general public comment, we'll return to that after this. After this item is, we'll return to consent, and then you'll have the opportunity to share. So hopefully we can queue you up and to be part of that 15-minute session that we return to. Going back to item H1, we are at board direction. Board, do we have any direction? And I ask that in this section, if you do agree with your colleague, go ahead and say second, and we can kind of do a quick poll of the board to see if that's the direction we want to move forward with. Anyone want to start off with?
I just wanted to ask for clarification on the 5,000 at each site. So that's for each site. Is that on top of the FEEP, the funding for starting acai, or is it the same or is it separate? Are those two different?
They're two different funding sources.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there are schools that are FEEP pilot schools, and then all the schools were given the 5,000.
Okay, so there's potential for FEEP and the 5.
Correct.
At all school sites.
Right now, we have the FEEP schools that have been identified and signed up to be a FEEP school, so they were allocated an amount of money to work on their FEEP foundational programming, and then all schools got the LCAP funding to do for the 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
And just procedural order of business here. We are reaching 10:30. We usually have to vote to extend time here Board, are we okay with extending time here? Perfect. Okay, thank you.
If I
Any other
may.
board direction? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez.
So I'm looking at the cards I have, and I just have two for Sabra Dupre. And so I just wanted to make sure if she meant to speak to this item, I didn't want to miss that. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Vice President Dr. Kenda.
I would like to support direction for the Community Alliance. I know that it's something that Director Lamnin had previously talked to us about. It's a fantastic idea, and I definitely support that effort. And so given that, I would like to support that direction.
I'll go ahead and back that. Anybody else want to support?
No, I would second that.
Okay, so it looks like we have a majority already.
I mean, Trustee Buffette, you essentially already made that motion, so I'm
Yeah.
seconding your direction for it already.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm glad we're in agreement there. Any other board direction? Ms. Rodriguez.
Are we referring to the acronym I heard ADL? Can someone name? There was a group that was named in the comments. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez, we're not referring to that group. This is a concept more about bringing communities together that's being raised as the concept that I'm hearing as board direction.
Any other board direction?
I just want to make sure that we're also including like supporting Sankofa, the building it out and seeing what that looks like throughout our sites. And just want to make sure that that's included in.
I'll second that too. I agree with that. I think our board's in agreement with that as well as direction. Another point of emphasis, and we heard it from the public, but again, it does kind of go with the Community Alliance, but more resources for our parents and families. So much of this work, is for students and staff, but make sure that we do include the general public as well and give them those opportunities. So much we hear that hate is learned, and it'd be nice to finally address that, especially in the household, especially if messaging is coming from school, making sure that's consistent to their parents and guardians as well. Yeah, Dr. Kenda, go ahead.
We have heard several comments about inclusion of our LGBTQIA plus community, and I'm curious if there is a plan for professional development and learning around that. If you can you just give us, is that already underway? What's the update there?
Yeah, so in general, our anti-bias, anti-racist work is a lot of it starts with centering our work around identity. So when we say equity and anti-racism, we don't only mean racial work, we mean all forms of identity, visible and non-visible. So that's already been a part of the work. I think, unfortunately, incidents are occurring that's helping us look more deeply at what we mean by equity and anti-racism. So the work has been done primarily these last 2 years, looking at Dr. Gholdy Muhammad's framework around identity, skills, intellect, criticality, and joy. So I think we need to continue on that path, and that maybe people understand a little bit more deeply what we mean, and we can provide more support. We also have I think Ms. Ladoff, you mentioned Heidi Reed. We have our safe and inclusive school support. There's definitely more work that we can continue to do, but I just wanted to be clear that we're not only talking about race when we say equity and anti-racism.
Perhaps then as a follow-up, the board could give direction for more intentional work around that group specifically. Is that something we would support?
I'll back that. Anybody? Yeah, looks like we have board direction on that. So perfect. I think that concludes board direction on this item. Thank you so much, Dr. Cofield and Dr. Lisa Davies. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the item where we will return to consent items on our agenda. Let's see here. So I think the balance we have is 8A. And I think the person that was that pulled by the public? Oh, Trustee Rowden.
So my question on the item is, I'm trying to square why it is, and maybe, and Alan, if you can speak to this, with declining enrollment. How is it that we have the need to put up additional classrooms? And I remember that, I know that the declining enrollment is different from school to school. But I'm looking at, we have to put up additional classrooms at the 3 high schools who already have the new STEAM buildings. Or am I just misunderstanding and these are replacement portable classrooms to be moved onto the campus to help mitigate the problem with aging and failing portables?
So for each of these items, they're part of supporting the modernization projects that are occurring at each of the sites. So they would temporarily be, so with the portables here, they would be located on the campus. And then we would modernize a wing of the school, and those students would then be in the portables for that period of time.
I don't get it. Say, I'm sorry, explain, somebody explain it differently. I'm not
So
catching on.
the recommendations you see in front of you are for portables for sites that are going through modernization. So as the particular wings at each school site is going through modernization.
Yeah.
The classes are located into the temporary modulars that you're voting on tonight. So they
Okay.
can actually modernize the building and then move the students back into the buildings that have been modernized.
And then after they move into the buildings that are modernized, do those portables stay? Because those are pretty, I know they're called portables, but they're really pretty permanent.
Right. So after the completion of the modernization project, then the portables would be removed from the campus.
Oh. Okay. All right. Does that seem a little strange to anybody else? No? All right, I'll vote for it.
Dr. Kenda.
Yeah, I think the term that might be throwing off is modernization. We've often called it also the classroom refresh. So they do the work in the classrooms and they need to move the student. Julian's going through this right now at Tennyson, as a matter of fact. So I think that, does that term help you
Yeah,
piece it together?
I guess it does. It wasn't something that I was anticipating happening. That's all. So they'll take them out after it's all over.
That is correct.
Okay.
I guess to Dr. Kenda's point, I think consistency in our euphemisms is important here. So with that, would you like to move the item?
Oh, wait, I like
sorry.
to make sure that, I like to make sure that when we're dealing with these portables, that we're taking into account safety. Because in the incident and at Tennyson, one of those portables, one of the tiles fell down. It nearly, did it nearly hit you or a student in your class?
Yeah, to Ms. Parada's point, one day in class, it was in one of the portable classrooms behind Steam Hall, which is housing the former E Hall classrooms. And it was first period, and Mr. Storga was lecturing, and then a ceiling foam tile thing, rectangle, fell out of the ceiling and almost hit a student. And so since then, Mr. Storga moved the desks that where that ceiling tile fell, and like there's no desks there anymore, and they were moved to like another side of like the cornerish side. It's about like 4 desks, corner side of our room. So that happened. It was, I mean, if I want to add a little student perspective, it was pretty demoralizing. I mean, experiencing that. I'm not sure how much the district or board could do about that, but I would certainly hope that there are no more portables where students are in class and ceiling tiles are falling out. It's definitely a safety thing, right? And but it's also a thing about, well, I'm in a classroom and I'm at school and ceiling tiles are falling out. Like, this is pretty great. So yeah, I'll just add that.
Mr. Guard, could you comment to that? And is that the same vendor?
It would be the same vendor, but one of the things is with each of the portables that are installed, they go through various reviews. And so one of the things that I'll ensure occurs is that there's a continued walkthrough prior to any occupancy of the classrooms.
Thank you, trustee Uribe. I really appreciate you sharing that. I think safety is definitely our utmost concern, but I think the term you use is demoralizing there. I think when we talk about our educational environment for our students, when you hear a story like that, that's not acceptable. So I hope we do take a lot of into consideration and we make sure that these modulars that we're approving are up to standard. So thank you.
And I'm sorry that I keep.
Trustee Party.
And I just wanted to also take into account, I had the privilege of sitting in at Tennyson's SBDM conversation or their meeting. And they were meeting with, I think it was the Tri-Corp representative. Yeah. And some of the teachers were really trying to have a conversation about what color schemes inspire kids and are also durable and such. And then also Trustee Arube brought up the tile and the response from that from the representatives was just really negative and unbothered and just kind of wanted to rush the conversation, where it was an opportunity to actually expand the conversation and improve the environment for our students. And so I really want to see like how we can change that. If they need more training or something, it was an opportunity for like a better conversation to be had. So
I appreciate that feedback. And so with that, I'll get more information on who's in attendance and then work with them on the concerns that were raised.
Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I've got two. One is like, there's no timeline. When is this thing, like till the end of June or what? And how much is it gonna cost? What if we say no? What's gonna happen then?
Sure. So for F8A 3, this is specific to Mount Eden High School. The time frame would be for 2 years, which would be the duration of the classroom refresh project. And so the schedule is that we would lease these portables from June of 2023 to June of 2025. And so without the portables, then we would not have classrooms to relocate students in order to then modernize the permanent classrooms.
So if we say no, then there's not gonna be, they're gonna pull the portables out? Or the mobiles out?
Well, with a no vote, then we would not have portable classrooms on the campus to relocate students to, in order to then in order to refresh the permanent classrooms.
That's what I was asking. So without us okaying it, there's no modulars. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me?
I guess without okaying it, we're not able to move forward with construction of the campus.
Okay, what about the other items? The two, there's actually three. Are those different schools? What schools are they?
On the screen,
Mhm.
it's right there, agenda.
So then it's located here for Hayward High School, Chavez Middle School, and Mount Eden High School.
Okay, because going back to Ms. Prada said, at that meeting, they were discussing that, I guess the contractors, they kind of like, they didn't really want to give them any feedback. They just wanted to rush them. That's the way I interpreted it. But so end of the story is we okay it, we're okay until you said June 25? Is that correct?
That was for Mount Eden and Hayward High School.
Okay, what about
For
Craig?
Chavez Middle School, it would be June of 2024.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other board comments, questions on this item? I think the original person who pulled this item was Trustee Rowdy. Do you want to move this?
Yeah, I'll move it. And it makes more sense to me now too, because we're renting them. Somehow that was lost on me and I'm sorry. I'll move it.
Thank you. And any seconds on the board?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Akenda. Go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, or sorry, deliberation, none. All those in favor? Passes 5-0. That brings us to our next item pulled, 11A, also pulled by Trustee Rowden, I believe.
Yeah, this was me too. So I'm looking at, with the elimination of site coordinators for YEP at the 3 high schools, who's gonna do the work that those positions provided? I mean, we're not gonna eliminate the YEP after school program. Why was it felt that we could do without these positions? Because it seems to me they do a very valuable service.
Right, so just to clarify, the positions are named here because the funding for the high school YP programs sunsets at the end of this year. So we totally agree it's a valuable program, have applied for the grant funding, but have not heard the results of whether we're awarded the funds. So this particular item, the positions are being named here because currently there's no projected funding for those positions, but hopefully we'll get good news and we are awarded the grant and we'll be able to continue the programming.
Wow. So as I'm reading that, not only are there positions being eliminated, but then there's no YEP after school program at the high school levels anymore officially, right?
So YEP high school program has always been grant funded, and so we have to reapply when the grant sunsets. So again, we apply for the grant as we always do in the past, and then we are waiting for the award letters to come in so that we can make sure that there's continued programming as well as staffing for the program.
Is it just late getting with it to us this year, or is there really a genuine chance that they're not gonna, give it to us?
It's not late. The timing of when they do awards and has been historically an issue in terms of when they actually announce the awards and when our timelines are in terms of notifications to employees. So this is not new. This happens unfortunately every cycle that we apply for funding, just because the timelines don't match well.
I just don't know. I mean, I guess we don't have any choice, but I'm also looking at it and going, I know the good that YEP does for after school programs at the high schools. And to have that no longer there, I'm just thinking, what are those poor students going to do? Because those students depended on it.
Right, so I can assure the board that as we're moving forward, if we are not awarded the grant by some reason, we are looking at elements of the program that we need to actually preserve, like our cyber high programming for our students, in the way that we can continue those important programming for our students going forward. And so, however, my hope is that we get awarded as we have been in the past so that we can continue at full capacity. Otherwise, we're taking a close look at what elements of the program we would like to preserve. That's important.
Is there a reason we can't wait a little longer and not chase those people, say, hey, you don't have a job next year? Or is it the March 15th thing?
Yes, it can.
Is that what it is?
Yes, so there's new ed code that annually classified employees now fall into the same time frame of the March 15th notification process. So we have to notify by March 15th.
So that's already been done.
Yes.
I have a question. So what happens if we don't get the money, then what are we gonna do?
So if we don't get the money, staff is already looking at other options and elements of the programs that we can keep with the other sources of funding we may have, and they are also exploring other funding sources that will help us continue the programs that we want to keep for our students.
So how does that look?
How does that look?
Do you think is there a possibility if they said no that we'll get the other funds, or we're gonna be in a lurch?
I think there's a possibility for us to maintain some elements of the programming. I'm not confident we can maintain the full program the way it currently is at the moment. That's why staff's looking at which elements have the impact that we really want and make sure that we can keep as many elements of the program as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just, really look at that closely because I don't want to lose. I just remember I depended on that when I was a teacher. I remember, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a program that we have a high interest in keeping. I'm a little wedded to it myself, so.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, any public speakers, Mr. Rodriguez? Oh, sorry. Trustee Ryan, did you want to go ahead and move this item or we can?
I'll move it.
I'll second that. Okay, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to item F3. I believe this was pulled by Clerk Ramos.
Information about it.
In what context, sir?
Can we have staff possibly?
I can answer, but I need a more specific question, please.
Jenna, would you mind just giving a quick overview of this item? in terms of
Okay,
what it
great.
is?
Thank you. So one of our board policies says that in the event that an employee, a trustee, whomever, someone with the school district wants to attend a conference that is out of state, that we bring it to the board for approval. So this is what we're doing with this item. In this instance, there is a CSBA orchestrated program or conference rather to head out to DC for advocacy and legislative work. This is in alignment with the CSBA's delegate assembly, for example, as well as another subscription that we have to their Legislative Education Alliance. And Trustee Prada, as the delegate assembly person, is requesting out-of-state permission to attend the conference.
Okay, how many days is it?
Reviewing the material, I believe it is a weekend, was it? It was 3 days tops. 2, let's see here, beg your pardon.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I guess just clarification to point of inquiry here. Should Trustee Prada recuse herself from this vote as she's the subject?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions, Clerk Ramos?
No, sir.
Okay. Would anyone like to move this item? Would you?
I'll move it.
I'll second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 4-0. Trustee Prada has recused herself as she is the subject of that item. And have fun in DC, Trustee Prada. Item F5C, I believe that's also pulled by Clerk Ramos.
Yeah, I just want.
Oh, make sure.
I just want to get a little information on it, that's all.
I can provide that for you, Trustee Ramos. This MOU is actually a partnership between Hayward Unified School District and La Clinica. La Clinica has been a partner of us for a while now. They provide dental services to our students. So they work with several of our schools in terms of evaluating the oral health of our students. And then when appropriate, they provide sealants for our students so that they can have those as supplemental services, so that make sure that we can take care of the health aspect of the work. It does not cost the district anything in terms of entering in this partnership. And again, they've been a partner for a while now, providing services at several of our school sites and allowing our students access to oral dental services, which has been there has been a history of that being a gap in terms of resources that our kids have access to.
Okay, how does a student qualify for that?
Actually, they do screenings at our school sites. So they actually screen students to see where they are in terms of their oral health. And when they discover students either may need additional support, they triage those students to care. And if their students don't need that, they provide sealants so that we can hopefully prevent tooth decay in our students. But they actually do a screening of the students at that school to see assess the need.
Okay, on that same note, I know that Chabot College used to do it, and they may still, where they have like a dental program. Have we thought of partnering with them?
I believe we partner with them I want to say we explore that as well. We can certainly explore that as an option.
Can we do that and give it?
We can explore that as an option, yes.
Yeah, I mean, then we got both, right? Because, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not certain of the capacity, but I can certainly have staff look into it and see if there's
All
a
right.
chance for partnership.
thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, any other board questions on this? Okay, I will go ahead and ask for a motion on the floor.
I'll move it.
I'll second that. Before I guess we vote, I think we're going to vote yes on this, but I think dental care is a very important thing for our district. So I really hope this is a priority of ours. And a lot of times dental screenings can identify early diseases and health issues. So I'm all for this. So I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Dr. Kenda, seconded by myself. I think we have one more item from consent. That's going to be item F6, also pulled by Clerk Ramos.
Internship permit, we call it PIP.
So the provisional intern permit is a permit that we allow for candidates who are enrolled in a university program, teacher credentialing program. It allows them to be an intern through the California Teaching Credential Commission to have a permit to be permitted to teach.
So that means we're financing it, or what does that mean?
No, the teacher is financing their enrollment in the program. This is just a temporary permit for a year to allow these candidates to teach.
So we're just approving it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will go ahead and ask to see if there's a wants to motion this item.
I'll move it.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, I think I heard Trustee Rowden first. So Akenda, seconded by Trustee Rowden. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 5-0. And just a quick reminder too, Assembly, this is the platform that we use for the agenda, is interactive. So if you do click on an item in the agenda, much more information does expand out. So it's not just the item you see, all the extra information provided by staff will be included in that link. I return to public comments for the items appearing not on the agenda. Again, previously in the meeting, we wanted to hear from everyone. So we are going to go ahead and prioritize a hearing for people who have not spoken, but anyone who did speak and wants to speak again, we are going to allow that again, which is not a normal process, but we are a board that does want to hear from the community. So, Ms. Rodriguez.
Following our practice of in-person and then remote, Charles Jones, Alexandra Slatov, and Sabra Dupre.
In general public comment.
No, that we open it up. It's fine.
Oh.
Correct. Yeah. Ms. Rodriguez, do we have the speaker that had spoken on? Okay, can we bring him up first?
Okay, David Rogers. So David.
Hi.
Hi, so we're going to queue up 1 minute.
Okay.
He gets 1 minute. We're doing this is the 1 minute. This is the extension.
We're okay.
Okay, can you?
I'm sorry, I need to call a point of order. I think if we're offering for all the speakers to return for their full 2 minutes, we should offer that to Mr. Rogers as well.
Clarity for anyone listening to this on Zoom and out there. This speaker was allowed to speak for a minute before a point of order was called. We're going to give him 1 more minute to speak here. Go ahead, public speaker.
Hello, my name is David Felix Rogers. I want to say thank you guys for giving us this extension. I really appreciate it. I really do feel like you guys are trying to hear us and hear our voices. I do want to call attention to a few specific things. After last week's board meeting, I want to say that I want to call out Julian Uribe because he reached out from Tennyson. He didn't have to. He reached out to see how he could support us and how he could work with us. I want to say that that's not something that came from admin. That's not something that came from anyone else. That came from a student from another school. Came to us to see how they can help when our own admin didn't. I do want to call out a few things. I want to just say hidden tyranny is a gross text. I hope you board members read the text to understand that it talks about a worldwide Jewish conspiracy and it blames the Jews for their own genocide. Thank you for my time.
2-minute timer. We're opening up the line for Vanna Van.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vanna. I'm a student at Mount Eden High School. I'm extremely disappointed with the response to anti-Semitism at my school and in my community. I want an investigation on the timeline of administration's action or lack thereof. Thank you.
Stonebray Heather.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak to you. I understand you all have been here for a long time. My name is Heather Xie. I'm the 4th grade DLI teacher at Stonebray Elementary. I came from another public duolingual Mandarin program in August 2021, and this is only my 2nd school year teaching at Stonebray. I love my school, admin, my teacher colleagues, the staff, the students, and their families, and I intend to stay here for many years to come. This is why I was so shocked to learn last week that our district proposed 4 combo classes for our DLI program, leaving only kindergarten and 3rd grade as straight grades. I'm shocked because there's such a high demand from parents in East Bay for Mandarin immersion program, especially at the elementary level, that multiple school districts and one Oakland-based charter school are opening new Mandarin programs and are actively recruiting teachers and students. 2 years ago, New Haven Unified opened a new program, Fremont Unified doubled their Mandarin immersion programs, and Yumin Charter School opened their 2nd school, now moved to San Leandro. And this August, in just 5 months from now, San Leandro Unified is opening its own Mandarin immersion program. All these sites are opening 2 Mandarin classes every year as they grow their programs. Hayward's Mandarin program has been established for over 10 years and has demonstrated high academic achievement and student satisfaction. The main issue of our enrollment challenge, apart from the increased competition, is a lack of awareness of our program. I came from another school that have hundreds of students on the kindergarten wait list, and most of them live in the East Bay. So many parents are willing to travel far to their school for their students to become bilingual and biliteral in Mandarin Chinese. So Stonebray used to have a wait list too, but the pandemic changed that. I urge you to please support and raise the awareness of our program and support our program. Thank you so much.
Wong.
I'm Richard Wong, a parent of a kindergartner at Stonebray, and I'm dismayed that there would be such a thing as a 1st grade, 2nd grade combo class for a dual immersion program. My child will have had 1 year of Chinese instruction under his belt and would have to share a classroom with kids that have had 2 years, double the amount of Chinese under their learning. I can't imagine how you would think a teacher can teach the same group of kids with one having double the knowledge of the other at the same time. So, that would be one kid, one half of that group is not going to be learning during half of their lessons. It's a travesty if that's allowed to occur. As a parent, I would much rather have my kid be in a class size of 30 than be in a class size of 24 that is only learning half the time. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Eliana Lepe con el programa Padres en Acción por la Educación. La petición es para poder dar soporte a no tener, sobre todo en las elementarias, que consideren las clases combo porque muchos niños van a salir afectados y podemos proveer otra opción en vez de tener combo clases. Creo que si no las tenemos va a ser más soporte para los estudiantes para que mantengan el nivel de grado. Ese sería un punto. El segundo punto es de tener una póliza donde incluyendo en el currículum, eso es con el tema de Mao Eden, con lo que ha pasado con el antisemitismo, lo que se ha hecho, que se puede poner en el currículum y qué consecuencia tendría para que esté en el currículum y no haya ningún problema para que los maestros sepan. Y también velar el clima escolar. El clima escolar es importante, sobre todo los estudiantes, y crear una forma de anónimas o directamente para estudiantes en el área del distrito o en la página web, tener una forma donde los estudiantes puedan expresarse. Esa sería una forma también de escuchar la voz de los estudiantes. Es muy importante también escuchar lo que dicen y lo que está pasando en clase. Eso sería una parte de saber cómo están los estudiantes. Eso incluye todo el clima escolar dentro de todas las escuelas. Eso incluye high school, middle school y todos los niveles de la escuela del distrito de Hayward. Adicional, me gustaría felicitar siempre por todo el reclutamiento de nuevas posiciones y nuevos maestros. Sé que no, y vuelvo a decir que no es un trabajo fácil, pero creo que si trabajamos juntos podemos llevar a cabo todo. Muchas gracias.
Hi, my name is Elena Lepe. I'm a representative of the Parents in Action Educational Group. I'm here to express my support for elementary schools. And I think the combination of classes at Southgate is a real problem. Many of the children will be affected. We should study and try to find other options to keep the students in their grade, smaller classes, so they can complete their assignments and keep their grade levels. There should be also a policy so we can include in the curriculum materials that can counteract events like the one that happened at Mount Eden High School. Maybe information that the teachers will have available to teach the students about this. Also, we need to be careful about school climate. A suggestion would be to have an anonymous complaint form, so students in an anonymous form can present a complaint if there's a problem that could be uploaded to the website without their names, of course, and also listen to the voice of the students and what happens inside the classrooms and what the school climate is in all levels of our schools, be it elementary, middle schools, high schools, every school. And congratulations for the new positions that have been created and the new teachers that have been hired. Thank you.
Kenny McCormick?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm a junior at Mount Eden, and I'll give you a little background. I'm not gonna use all the time, but I'm a big with the anti-Semitism going on in our school. I'm a pretty big fan of, or I was a pretty big fan of Kanye West, who was anti-Semitic, a big fan of Kyrie Irving, who was also anti-Semitic. And Mr. Benz was my teacher last year. And it's just kind of heartbreaking to, see that he fallen down the same path as my other idols. But I mean, with this situation, I think it's really come out good that we're finally talking about something, because it's been going on I've heard about 3 years from students that I've talked to before. And even I thought about saying something, but I just never had the courage to speak up. I think what's happening with it's showing progression of our students being really strong. But I also think that this comes down to the school. And the school just did not make any good decisions. It's like hashtag like not good at all. And it's like pretty like L school decision. And there's something that needs to be done. Thank you.
So I'm going to bounce back and forth a little bit because the hands that are raised online have spoken and the folks that are here in person have spoken. And we have called out that we take care of the in-person folks first. And then, so just to let the online community know what I'm doing, we're going back to in-person. Charles Jones, Alexandra Sladov, and Sabra Dupre for 1 minute time limits. Same thing on Zoom when we get back over there. Thank you.
So I too was someone who was in a combo class of Japanese 1-2 when I was in high school, and that was not a great experience. The teacher was amazing. I'd had her before, but even veteran teachers struggle with something like that. It's very difficult. Abbott Elementary had a whole episode making fun of exactly how difficult these types of things are and why this is not a route we should go. But the other issue that's behind this too is we have schools right now that are telling parents trying to enroll that they're full and they're having to open enroll to other school sites. And that's a self-fulfilling prophecy of you're going to have, like, teachers are being told earlier than ever before that they're going to need to cut somebody at their site when they shouldn't be doing that because we don't have the full enrollment numbers. We don't even know who's coming back yet or who's going to be retiring or what's going on. So we need to pause on that. We need to find out the actual enrollment numbers and make sure that these parents know that they can still be enrolling into these. We could get numbers to help make sure we don't need combo classes at this site by doing that. So let's work on that, please.
Hello, board. I got to speak to you guys earlier tonight about a plan that I would love to help institute where we are able to use our greatest resource, I think, which is not only just our teachers, but our community, where teachers can work with students, can work with the community, we can work with Cal State to create lessons to better help students and teachers feel prepared to tackle tough issues. Also over just to Stonebray, if we've been talking about and reading Zaretta Hauerman's book about CRT, we're asking our teachers to be warm demanders, right? We're asking them to help kids into the learning pit with the assumption that we're going to help get them out of that pit. And so, if we escort them down there, we have kids who are at two different levels of pittage, I guess is what I'm going to call it. And so we want to make sure that we're creating an even playing field in our classrooms so that we are able to create that trust that we're being asked to create. Thank you.
Sovereignty pray. This is not how I want our district to be represented. I don't want this. I hope this is a wake-up call for everyone here. And for our news media, it's really sad that they weren't here to get an interview for the parents that came to the United Conference. 600 families showed up. We didn't have anybody interviewing about the literacy program that's coming through. We didn't have anybody coming in here to interview about all the great things that are happening in our district, which to me is very upsetting because we're more than this. We really are. I'm not in this district this long for this. So I really do hope this is a wake-up call for everyone here. Thank you.
Returning to Zoom, there are 3 speakers, Ana Navidad, Rushida Verma, and Maria del Carmen Espinosa. Ana Navidad, your line is open.
Yes, thank you. Sabrina and her classrooms in special ed mainstream to these classes that are going to be cut down. So please take a really look about not losing our amazing qualified Mandarin teachers. It will take an impact on our students' learning. I beg you to stop. When we were doing the closure of schools, they mentioned to us that they will avoid having this because we were closing schools. Don't do that to us. After the recommendation we did, it was said that we were not going to have classes combined. We were not going to cut programs. So please stop on doing all of this. I appreciate your time.
Burma?
Hello, hi. Thank you for the opportunity to extend our time and for allowing us to speak more. I'm really tired. Today was a long day, and I really care about the safety of our students, and that's what's been pushing me forward in this really hard work that we've been doing. I find it really concerning that the only way, like our administrators have told us that the only remedy for students to be in safe spaces is if they ask to be removed from the classroom that's unsafe. But what bothers me is that not all students have the courage to ask or are even aware that they are in an unsafe environment. The lack of care from our administration appalls me, and the fact that our teachers have to stand up for us to get what we want is really outrageous, and we feel like we should have been offered support the day we got back from break, and that didn't happen at all. And also, I just want to say that earlier in this board meeting, the hidden tyranny was compared to the Declaration of Independence, but the two are different in the sense that they both perpetuate hate.
Del Carmen Espinosa?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Go right ahead.
So we complain that we're short-staffed with teachers, but then at the same time, you're doing combo classes. You know, who's gonna want to work here when we're doing combo classes? I mean, you're putting the stress on the students, you're putting the stress on the teachers, and you're putting the stress on the parents. Teachers want to leave, and plus you're cutting some of the teachers. I mean, what do you guys want? I feel like you're contradicting yourself. You want to keep teachers, but you're cutting them. You want to keep students, but you're putting them in combo classes. You don't want to stress the parents out, but yet at the same time, you really are stressing the parents out. What is it that you guys want? Because at the end of the day, it's all contradiction here. I mean, help us out. Help us understand as parents and teachers and students, what is it that you want? Do you want parents? Do you want students? Do you want teachers to stay in HUSD, or do you want them to leave?
Vasquez?
And this is Mildred Vasquez. Another point that I'd like to touch upon is that we can in fact support and stand in solidarity with all communities. We actually suggested to make anti-hate weeks an annual event. And now one thing that happened in my experience is that administration told me that it was unnecessary to speak to the media, despite the fact that they were very hesitant to do anything until the media became involved. And they made it very clear that the reason why they did not like the fact that it was on the media is because of the fact that it made the school and the district look bad. Now, I understand that some people make the point that this is not all that we are, and it's true. This is not all that we are, but regardless, we can't hide the fact that there's room for improvement, and we can't hide the fact that there's issues going on in our community, and we cannot ignore those issues. We cannot continue to ignore them, or else they're going to keep getting worse, and we need to address every issue that is going on, and we are.
You have the floor.
That brings us to item J, future agenda items. Trustees, are there any future agenda items this evening not already queued that we'd like for our board president and interim superintendent to consider under agenda planning and development sessions? Seeing none, we'll go and move on to the next item, item K, for the good of the order. Would someone like to add something for the good of the order, please? I'll say something, and I'll make it quick, and I think it's reflective of this individual still in this room tonight. Julian Uribe, I think I really valued your student perspective tonight, and your commitment to representing your student body and fighting for the issues at Tennyson that you have identified and working with our staff and admin to address those. it's admirable. I mean, you are a true representative. You've taken this job to heart. You're still here at 11:15. So if you have a early class tomorrow and you're a little bit late, you can always look to see if we can excuse that. No, but in all honesty, I really appreciate your eloquence, and it's you set an example for all of us in this room. So thank you so much for your input, and it's always welcome. All future meeting dates, Clerk Ramos.
Okay, before I tell you the future date, I want to tell you that I'm glad that some of you have hung on until the end. And there's one person here that stands out because he's here every week. I'm going to see about getting him a nameplate. And that's Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones today not only spoke a few times, but he was the first two-timer. There was a few other ones. Good job. So for those of you who want to keep coming back, put on your calendar, March 22nd, 2023 is our regular meeting. And if you come here, you'll see all of us, and Mr. Jones will be here. We're going to put a special seat for him because I enjoy seeing him in his comments. God bless you all and have a good night. No, I'll leave that to Mr.
Thank you, Clerk Ramos. The time is